Hello, how's everybody doing today? It is Tuesday, 19th of May, 2026. We're going to be playing some Mass Effect. Hope everybody's doing good. It is not Russian circles, hubs. It is Year of No Light. Let's see. This tons of update on Steam today. But they're all done. So the stream should be smooth. I feel like every game's updating on the same day. Here, there we go. This yeah, let's just get in there, I guess. Let's play some video games. Alright, let's see what we have. I wish there was a way to... Oh, I guess I could do that. Sort them by oldest to newest. Wish there was a way to hide the collectible ones. They're gonna be here forever. They might get in the way a little bit. Maybe maybe when we're done with like all of these, that's when we go. Oh. Huh? Oh, right. We'll go like order by newest. No, actually, that's the default order, right? Is newest. So eventually those will be at the bottom. Yeah, great. Okay. That is very good. Did we travel already? We did travel, right? I think we traveled. Yes, we're in the Sparta system. The Artemis Tau cluster. Man, what I would give for access to the journal from the map. That is probably my biggest issue with the game. That's the one we are trying to do. Admiral Kahoku has asked you to find a missing recon team in the Sparta system. Lost shortly after they were sent to investigate suspicious activity in the area, and I think that's related to the Baines situation. That guy who was supposed to be dead but apparently was alive and trying to get resources of Dr. Michel, which could be, I mean, let's assume the dude maybe is a deserter and he has like a, you know, a group of Marines that maybe they're doing some shady shit. Maybe like Baines is recruiting a team of like rogue Marines or something. And maybe trying to extort the resources from Dr. Michel is because they need meds and all that, right? That seems like that could be a thing. I don't know, some sort of like the rock kind of situation. Maybe they have demands. I think the cliffhanger is stronger after the travel. This traveling makes it look like I'm gonna do something. Well, I think we're gonna do it the same way I always do. Start outside and go towards the center. Alsage, small distant Alsage, or Alsages? I don't know. Alsages? I'm not sure how. I'm gonna pronounce it the French way. Alsage, because I think it sounds cool. Small distant Alsage is a small terrestrial. I feel like there's a word missing there. World or planet with a trace atmosphere of methane and argon. The surface is composed of water, ice, and calcium with occasional deposit of light metals. During the Alliance's pirate suppression campaign in the 2160s, the Batarian Eluum Renpera was caught with his frigate Tuneron, I don't know, grounded on Alsage for drive discharge. When challenged by the cruiser Hyperabad, Renpera refused to surrender. The Tuneron was destroyed attempting to take off. The debris is strewn across the southern hemisphere. Orbital period 73.8 years, 49.26 kilometers, 23 Earth hours, pretty close to ours. Atmospheric pressure 0. Okay. Yeah, with a trace atmosphere of methane and argon. So surface temperature minus 193. Surface gravity 0.7. Alright, let's survey. And survey says, scan from orbit have detected small deposit of plutonium. Alright. Alright. On to Ontamalka. Ontamalka is a large hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in the atmosphere. Its massive gravity well tugs many asteroids from the outer belt inwards past the orbit of Altaia and Aeolus, and eventually settle into the inner belt. Ontamalka's orbit is congested with hundreds of captured moons. Most last only a few thousand years before being ejected, dragged down into the atmosphere, or ripped apart by tidal forces and added to the gas giant's immense rings. Attempting to navigate this chaotic environment is hazardous at best. Ships without military-grade kinetic barriers are likely to suffer catastrophic impacts. Orbital period 39 Earth years. Radius 72,492 kilometers. Day length 17.7 Earth hours. That sounds interesting. A planet where moons would come in and then get out semi-regularly, although from, you know, on a human scale, it would just... you wouldn't really see much happening. Probably looks good though. Alright, survey says, scans from orbit have detected a large concentration of hydrogen. Let's keep going. Altaia. What's up, Friar? Altaia is an unusually large terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of methane and ammonia. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of sandstone and other sedimentary rocks with deposit of irons and chlorids. Judging by the sedimentary composition of the crust, it appears that Altaia once possessed an atmosphere thick enough to support some form of liquid, but cataclysm stripped the atmosphere and left the planet to freeze is not currently known. An orbital period of 18 years, a radius of 11.1 thousand kilometers, days lasting 47 hours, 0.2 Earth atmosphere of atmospheric pressure, minus 136 surface temperature, A surface gravity of 1.7 G. None of that system seems very... it's definitely less... The previous system seemed more friendly. This one's just a cold, dead place so far. Edolus, and then... Tremaine? Tremonra. I don't know how you pronounce that.
Commander, I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface. It looks like an automated distress beacon.
Okay, I'm assuming that's where the Marines are. Okay. Let's look at this in a sec then. First, we'll look at Tremenra. Tremenra is a dwarf planet composed of light magnesium silicates with deposits of aluminum. Its surface is covered by wide swathes of ancient dark basaltic lava, possibly indicating the world was created through an impact with some other body in the system. Tremenra magnetic fields is non-existent. This makes it impossible for ships to dump drive charge from orbit. That said, Tremenra minuscule gravity allows even cruiser-sized vessel to land safely for direct grounding. Orbital period exactly 1 Earth year. 1528 kilometers. Day length 1 Earth year. Okay. Tightly locked. Atmospheric pressure 0. Surface temperature 55 and surface gravity 0.1 G. And nothing to survey here either. Okay, back to Edolus. Edolus is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Edolus' surface is covered by wide deserts of silicate sand, with only a few areas of igneous rock highlands to break the abrasive dust-choked wind. That's a sentence. Edolus' orbit is congested with debris thrown inwards by the gravity of the gas giant Ontamalka. Oh, interesting. I like that. I like that there's a little bit of... like, you can tell there's some thought put into this. It's not just like a random assortment of, you know, separately written planets. There's like logic in there. That's pretty cool. Due to a high rate of meteor impacts, exploration is highly dangerous. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna have to deal with that. Orbital period 2.7 Earth years, 5729 kilometers radius, day length 50 hours, atmospheric pressure pretty close to Earth, 0.8, surface temperature -1, great, love that. Surface gravity 0.87. I wonder if surface gravity affects the... I haven't thought about that. I wonder if it affects the Mako's thruster and jumps and all that. What's up, Shepard? Let's see. Well, we're gonna have to deal with Marines, which makes me want to bring Ashley, because I don't know. I feel like she's gonna... What the fuck is going on? I feel like Ashley is gonna have opinions, you know, about missing Marines, especially if they're... Let's imagine my theory about them being deserters is correct. Rogues. I feel like she could be useful. The problem is Ashley is useless when it comes to unlocking shit. Which always makes Garrus and Tali a very good team to go with. I think I'm gonna go with Ashley and Kaiden, trying to solve the situation, and then if we need to do another swipe with Garrus and Tali for unlocking reasons, we'll do that. I think that makes sense to me. I'm bringing the humans this time to deal with other humans. We gotta clean our own poop, okay? that... Are those things actually gonna... Like, I can see the meteor showers. Holy fuck, dude. Okay, hold on. Debris, distress signal, and an anomaly. So, okay, we want to go there first. But I'm gonna go the other way, because... I don't know, why not? I don't want to completely, like... You know, I'm not gonna look at every fucking... minute detail of the surface, but... A little look around, why not? See, there's resources there. Immediately getting rewarded. Can I even get to it? I probably need to go around. Well, actually, hold on. Can I climb this? Is the Mako capable of doing that? Doesn't look like it. Okay, hold on, hold on. This is some, like, Skyrim horse nonsense. Let's go. Hopefully we don't get blasted. Polonium deposit. Oh, that's... I forgot we needed to do that. Oh, we got it. Nice. And now we can go all the way back to the objective. But there was a... Pretty sure I saw a... It was like a probe or something crashed over there. Yeah, for me, Shepard, it's about immersion. It needs to make sense in my brain. Also, variety, right? I want everyone to get a little bit of a chance to prove themselves. Which, by the way, do we have? No. Land on the Dolus in the Sparta system. Investigate the source of the distress signal. What's up, Shazar? Finished Leftovers Season 1 into Episode 2 of Season 2. This is getting real good, yeah. I was... I remember being very taken aback by Season 2 at first. I was like, whoa, this is... You know, it feels like a very different show. Like when you immediately start Season 2. But eventually it very much grew on me. I think Season 3 is the best, but... Season 1 always will have a special place. It's so dark and sort of consistent in tone. Season 2 is great. I think it's my least favorite of the three. If I had to really, like, I mean, it's all one thing. It's one show, it's one piece of art, right? But if I had to rank the Season 2, it would probably be slightly lower than the other two. Very marginally. And Season 3 would be slightly above the rest. There's some exceptional performances in Season 3. My favorite scene of the entire show is in 3. Might be one of my favorite scenes in television history, in fact. Oh. We can't do anything with this.
Ready.
I wonder if that's maybe the one of the landing vehicles they came with or something. Can I? Nope. Hey, I found something that could be a lead. Let's try to destroy it. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna miss some of those. Like, I can tell, like, there's no way I'm gonna find all those collectibles on planets. I don't know if I care to. I mean, I guess technically, I guess I could keep track of all the planets I can land on and make sure to explore them. I don't know. Or maybe...
Moving out.
Okay, I didn't think about that, but maybe there's more... Well, there's a shit ton of them. But yeah, I was thinking maybe there's more than what you need. And you just need to get to a certain number. But there's like more available and explore a little bit, you get there eventually. But if there's exactly the number you need, that's pretty scary. Yeah, once again, I'm gonna delete that just to make sure people don't get potentially spoiled on the leftovers, but... yeah. Keep watching. Keep watching Soitsu, it'll make sense, I'm sure. Light metal surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a deposit of lithium. Love that. I like that we put the whole thing next to it every time. It's always rhetorical, Eric. The only exceptions are purely English language questions. Like if I'm not sure about the pronunciation of a word, that's not like... Or if I don't know a word, but something that's not specific to like the game, like the game's universe, for instance. Like it's just a vocabulary problem in English because that's not my native language. That you can help with. That's the only exception on this channel. Also, holy fuck, that's beautiful. That's very random, but that little view right there is... Like, if you squint and don't look too close at the UI and everything, this might look like a game that just came out. Just this screen. You know, if you don't look at the textures too much and the model of the Mako and all that, and the UI that looks very ancient. That beautiful, very simple lens flare, bit of bloom, makes it look very modern. I like it. What a beautiful sight right there. Yeah, it's interesting how a little lighting effect just makes suddenly everything, something suddenly look very cool. I like it. Wait, is that my cannon? No, okay. I thought my cannon was the thing making... What is making that sound? Might be the Mako, but Jesus. There's so much happening on this planet. I haven't seen a meteor crash on the surface yet. But I don't know if they can, if they're a danger for us. But I hear them. Yeah, this planet's very hostile. Alright, there's speed deposits down there. Or, oh god, we're not going to be able to decrypt it, right? Oh, hold on. Salvage. Okay, cool. No! Okay. What is my native language? French. I'm from Switzerland. What's the name of that planet again? Idolus. I'm gonna take a note. Idolus. Debris / probe. Electronics again. It's basically the same thing, so I'm thinking we're gonna be stuck.
I'm on my way.
Sure you are. We're not gonna be able to do it even with Garrison Italy, unless we level up doing the mission maybe. But yeah, it's okay. It's just a couple planets. We'll have to check back. Shouldn't take too long. We'll have like you know, at one point where when they're all super high level, or maxed out on electronics. We'll do a quick swipe of the previous planets. I'm probably not gonna find anything too valuable in it, but you never know. I hate knowing that there's something and that I didn't open it. Even if there's nothing of value inside, it's just a mental thing. I need to do it. I need to check the box just in case, because the one time you don't open something, that's where suddenly you have something super interesting from a lore perspective, or you know, like something special or unique, or who knows, right? Could be an item that gives you another quest, or you never fucking know. No. This looks good too. It's very cold. Sunsets on these planets are yeah, I mean, it looks very much like the other ones, which pretty much a desert. I hope there's going to be more variety when it comes to planets, but we'll see. How are you doing today, Colette? Oh. What is that? A mummified Solarian. Recover artifact. Yeah, that's what I mean. You never know. You found Captain Millen's identification tag. How it ended up here is impossible to know for sure. Huh. Locate signs of battle. There are several League of One medallions and a few ID tags scattered throughout the systems. The hunt has been extensive and taken years. League medallion, Solarian ID tags. I don't know what the League of One is, but I'm assuming it's a military thing. Okay, so more collectibles. That is a lot of collectibles. I must say, I would be a lot more interested in those collectibles if they each came with some, you know, extensive, valuable lore. Just as it stands, like, you know, as just a collectible thing, I'm not too excited about it. But it's fine. It gives us something to do when we're going around. Are we wanting to complete those collectibles? Eh, I'm not sure. The fact that they're like randomly dispersed around planets like that, like, I'm not gonna go all the way over there. Like, if there's something here, I'll never find it. Again, you know, I don't know. Now that I've said that, I kind of want to go there just for the sake of it. But it's probably not. Are you 100%er? Not really. Like, that's what I explained the other day, is that I'll, you know, I have a playstyle that's pretty methodical and slow and thorough and all that, but I'm never looking at any achievement lists. I have no clue what achievements are in any of the games that I play. I never look at lists. I never look at guides or checklists of things to do. If I miss something, I would never know, because I'm never gonna look it up. So I wouldn't know. When I finish a game, I finish a game. I never look at, oh, what did I miss? You know, I wouldn't know. I'm only interested in the story I have with like my personal story with the game. I'm not interested in the things that I missed. Like, if I know something exists, like, I'm happy to look for it a little bit, right? Okay, those are only dead Marines, I think. Like, those are dead bodies. There's a beacon, which is probably the distress signal. What killed them is the question. Yeah, Philonor. I actually like the driving now that I'm starting to get a little bit more. Oh, hold on. Now that I'm controlling it a bit better, I actually don't mind it. Oh, okay. I was seeing something vicious. I don't know about this one. I mean, considering the planet we're on, they could have been just struck by a meteor. God fucking damn it! I need to. I fucking hate those things. Also, this is probably insanely loud for the stream. The poor bodies that I'm just. I wonder, yeah, when it spits, yes, that's what I thought. When it spits, I turn around because it tries to lead the targeting, right? What the fuck? Oh my god! Holy trick shots! Look at that! I don't know how I did that, but that was sick. Yeah, it tries to lead. Oh my god! Accidentally avoided. Use the thing as a ramp. Yeah, so it's trying to lead its shots, so by just changing direction or stopping, I absolutely wreck it. That's so beautiful. Oh god, it's not dead! Okay, now it is. Jesus, those things are annoying. I'm so glad that I figured out a way to dodge those projectiles, though. The Mako's not in great shape, but I think we're fine. Oh, don't roll over the evidence.
Alliance soldiers. Looks like they were lured here by the distress beacon.
These are Admiral Kahoku's men. We need to tell him what happened here.
So they investigated the distress beacon and then got murdered for it. Their death might not be accidental. I mean, for all I know, it could be just the Thresher Maw being there, but who left the distress signal? Like, what happened here? I'm very curious. High explosives 3, anti-personnel rounds 3. That all sounds pretty great. I got some grenades. Okay, let's see. You found the dead bodies of men who served under Admiral Kahoku. Return to the Citadel and inform the Admiral of their fate. Okay, well, we're not gonna do that right away, but we'll have to go back to the Citadel eventually. What did I put my is that it? Anti-personnel rounds, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put level 3 on my assault rifle. And what was the other one? High explosives. Level 3. I still haven't found a great use of. I'm not very good with grenades. Haven't found much success with the grenades yet, but I think they're just weird. The fact that they play like frisbees is so weird.
After the Geth Thresher Maws are subterranean carnivores that spend their entire lives eating or searching for something to eat. Threshers reproduce via spores that can lie dormant for millennia, yet are robust enough to survive prolonged periods in deep space and atmospheric re-entry. As a result, thresher spores appear on many worlds, spread by previous generations of space travelers. The body of a thresher never entirely leaves the ground. Only the head and tentacles erupt from the earth to attack. In addition to physical attacks, threshers have the ability to project toxic chemicals and emit bursts of infrasound as a shockwave weapon. The Alliance first encountered threshers on the colony of Akuz in 2177. After contact was lost with the Pioneer team, Marine units were deployed to investigate. The shore parties were set upon by hungry threshers, and nearly the entire assault force was killed. Alliance forces recommend engaging Threshers with vehicle-mounted heavy weapons.
That was the event that is part of our past, right? Our profile. We were a survivor of a coup. It's interesting that this was the first encounter with the Threshers, so we didn't know what was coming for us. That was really very scary. Yeah, so the colony was attacked, and then we were sent. I was part of the Marine unit, I guess. We were sent there, and almost everyone was killed except me. Cool. We have a past with those things. It makes sense that I hate them as a player and as a character. The Codex is voiced. The primary one, yeah. All the secondary one isn't, but the primary one always is so far. Very cool. Alright, I think it's time for us to go home. Okay, now I'm gonna go explore there, because I've said earlier I probably wasn't gonna go there, but now I want to do it because I don't want to miss too many things. Might as well, we're here. There's the electronics thing we need to unlock, but I'm pretty sure we're not high level enough at this point. We'll have to come back for all of these. We'll do a little tour of the galaxy once we are a higher level in decryption and electronics. Oh, no, nothing there. Doesn't look like there's anything. At least the radar sort of like gives you a, you know, pretty, oh Jesus, pretty distant view of everything. Alright. Scotty, beam us up. Returning to the Normandy. What's up, Naz? What's up, Mitten? I wonder why we need to go back. Tell him about the missing Marines. Rather than just call him. We have technology. Jesus. Use it. Therma. Alright. So that's it for Sparta. Now what we need to find is which system Liara Tassoni was investigating ruins in. I think we're gonna just go in alphabetical order, maybe? Start with Athens. Salamis. What a fun name. Maybe we'll find some delicious sausage on this planet. Nausicaa. Circe. Protheus. Pharaoh. Okay, Protheus sounds like a place where Protheans would be. I don't know. Pharaohs. I love how everything in this location is named after like Greek mythology stuff. Athens. Cool naming convention. Distant Pharaohs has seen only a cursory examination by an unmanned probe. It has a trace atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. Its surface is mainly composed of tin with deposits of carbon. Deeper craters have been partly filled with ice, suggesting there may be a significant amount of water locked up beneath its frozen surface. A large ice-bright crater in the southern hemisphere makes the planet visible from the inner system, leading to the planet's name. That's cool. Cool bit of lore. 275 Earth years orbital period, 7623 radius, 47 Earth hours, almost no atmosphere whatsoever, very cold, minus 176. Surface gravity, pretty much similar to the Earth. Nice. Alright, survey. Turian insignia recovered. Insignia. Scans of the planet Pharos revealed an abandoned base on its moon. The recon team found nothing of interest, but much of the debris was marked with the Magna Colony insignia. Okay. Next one is this one? Yep, Cersei. Cersei is a modestly sized hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of sulfur and chlorine. This gives it its striking yellow-green tint as the development of the Proteus colony continues. Proteus colony? Might be something to find there. Cersei will likely be developed for helium-3 mining. Orbital period 141 Earth years, radius 22,000 kilometers, and the day are only 11 hours long. You detected a large concentration of helium-3. Nice. Traces of sodium in the atmosphere give Nausicaa its overall dark gray color, but it is otherwise a typical hydrogen-helium gas giant. The abundance of water vapor in the upper atmosphere account for its white clouds. 7 Earth years orbital period, a radius of almost 60,000 kilometers, 40 hours days, 14 hours days. Nothing to survey here. All right. So Proteus apparently has a colony, so we'll check Salamis first. The geological properties of Salamis have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it due to its thick carbon dioxide atmosphere and proximity to the energetic star Athens. The equatorial daytime temperatures have been known to turn the surface molten. The crust is composed of iron with deposits of platinum group metals, and yet we can't scan it. That's very sad. An orbital period of 0.4 Earth years, 94 kilometers radius. Almost 60-hour days, 1.4 Earth atmosphere, 1.3 surface gravity. Heavy. And the surface temperature of 520 Celsius. Yep, that's a burning planet, alright. Turn. But salami, yeah. Okay, Proteus seems like it has a colony, so that should be interesting. Oh, I was hoping we could land. Like the Hanar homeworld, Proteus is more than 90% oceanic cover. The incredible heat thrown off from Athens raises global humidity to 100%, creates constant cloud cover, and powers colossal typhoons that rage across the surface year-round. You know what? Maybe I don't want to land on this planet anymore. Hot, humid, and storm-racked, Proteus' rare combination of oxygen, nitrogen, atmosphere, and carbon-based biosphere. Nevertheless recommended for colonization. Yeah, that sounds crazy. A pilot program is studying the possibility of colonies below the ocean surface, safe from the worst effects of the weather. Okay, now it sounds cool again. I went back and forth a lot on this planet. At first I was like, yeah, hell yeah, Proteus. Let's have a colony. And then I was like, okay, global humidity of 100%, clouds, typhoons. And now underwater colonies? Hell yeah, sign me up. Although I did play Soma. I don't know. Oh well. The colony was founded in 2179. Population is 12,470. Capital is Ithaca. And the planet itself, an orbital period of 4.9 Earth years, a radius of 10,000 kilometers, 50-hour days. That sounds great. Atmospheric pressure and surface gravity a little higher than the Earth. Surface temperature 34 Celsius. See, no. I mean, again, if we're underwater and it's a nice underwater colony with air conditioning, I might be sold on the idea. But the surface temperature of 34 Celsius, that's too high for me. Sounds like Louisiana. Yeah. Yeah, this is the hot south. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan in theory. Anyway, what can we find? Let's survey. Let's strip this colony of all its resources for the sake of the Alliance. Proteus has a large amount of free oxygen. Okay. Plenty of oxygen for us, and it's free too, so you know it's good. Yeah, nice. Let's enjoy free oxygen while it lasts. Before Total Recall becomes a reality. Give these people air. Organic free range oxygen. You ever plan to have your books translated in English? I mean, that's not up to me to decide. That's my publisher's job, but probably not. Been a few years since they've released. If there was to be a translation deal, it would have happened already, so I don't expect anything out of it. I do plan on writing something in English in the near-ish future. We'll see if it ends up being a book, if it ends up being a movie, if it ends up being a game. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. But I've had plans and projects. Okay, that's it for Athens. That was pretty cool. I liked it. Let's go to Knossos. Let's do it in alphabetical order. Yeah, Athens didn't start too great, but ended up being pretty good. Okay. Well, let's continue doing it the way we do, which is outside in. Arcanes. Small hydrogen helium gas giant, Arcanes has been developed as a full-featured, if modest, stopover for ships hauling refined materials from Therum. In addition to a powerful magnetic field to dump drive charge, Arcanes has a largely automated infrastructure of helium-3 refining and deuterium mining on its many water ice moons. So there's been several mentions of dumping drive charges. I'm not exactly sure what I'm getting from the little I've read about it is that it basically we're dumping our depleted fuel cells or whatever, right? So we're polluting other planets. That's kind of what I'm understanding, but we'll see if it gets explained a little more later. Yeah, Philonor. Sounds better than real life Athens, but with less theaters. I've never been to Athens, but I've always enjoyed Greek mythology and just in general like ancient Greece as a historical thing. I've always wanted to explore Greece, actually, see the ruins and all that, the temples. As a kid, I was a huge fan of Saint Seiya, so obviously It would be a nice pilgrimage for me to go there. But obviously I don't know how the actual city is like. I'm sure the actual actual city is just like every big city, you know, not that fascinating. But the touristy spots seem pretty cool. It's great for a visitor if you have money, harsh or wise, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, obviously the economical situation in Greece is not great. Hasn't been great for a while. I get that. Orbital period 470 Earth years, radius 14,000 kilometers, day length 16 hours. Let's survey. Scans of this gas giant have detected a large concentration of nitrogen. Beautiful. Only about a 10-hour drive? Yeah. No big deal. Everything is pretty close in Europe, you know. I could probably literally be there tomorrow if I wanted, like, you know, charter a plane company or whatever, but... Armeni is a terrestrial world with an unusually thin atmosphere of Krypton and Xenon. It feels like that's a lot of planets. It feels like a lot of planets have that description, which makes sense, I guess. Maybe that's close to reality in that sense. Its surface is composed of silica with deposits of carbonaceous materials. The initial flyby probe of Armeni detected multiple areas at the equator with oddly regular surface protrusion. Closer investigation revealed these as millions of elaborate crypts a few meters below the surface, left by a long extinct spacefaring species called the Zeoth. Oh, that's fascinating. Many human universities wish to perform archaeological excavation. Council law holds grave sites as sacrosanct, however, and the matter has been tied up in court for a decade. This is, again, one of those things where, like, you could write an entire story about this. So many of these planets could be entire novels on their own. What an interesting concept. Like, crypts all across the equator, left by, you know, an extinct spacefaring species. Like, they were like, yeah, this planet, that's our graveyard. Just... That's a very cool concept, I think. Orbital period 150 Earth years, 6,000 kilometers radius, 57.8 Earth hours, days, 0.18 atmospheric pressure, 0.8 surface gravity, minus 168 Celsius. Always pretty cold. Always pretty cold. Let's see. That was the second, third. Where is it? Oh, there. Zakros. Wait, there wasn't... Hold on. Did I forget to survey this other one? Armeni? No. Zakros is a terrestrial world with a nitrogen-methane atmosphere containing trace amounts of hydrocarbons. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and hydrocarbon slush. That doesn't sound too great. Like, what I'm imagining is the shitty, like, half-melted snow you get at the end of a snow day when, you know, everything turns to... That's what I'm imagining. Doesn't sound too cool. I hate... Like, I love snow, but I hate when the snow starts melting and it's this, you know, slush everywhere. Though I wonder, probably not. I was gonna say maybe you can just drop syrup on the ground and just scoop it up. Anyway, most of the surface is not solid enough to support the full weight of a landed ship. If approach is necessary, use shuttles to keep the ship's Mass Effect envelope up. Well, never mind. But basically it's a water planet except with like a slight half frozen surface. Not great. What's up, Sorrow? How are you doing today? And then the slush freezes. It's so fun breaking your ankles, you know. Orbital period 33.9 years, 4572 radius. 45 hours, days, love that. 0.4 Earth pressure and gravity, and minus 71 Celsius. In theory, I don't hate, but yeah, the slush on the surface, no thanks. Therum. Oh yeah, there was a mention on the other planet that there was mining happening on this planet, right? Therum is a distant but rich industrial world claimed by the Human System Alliance. Its plentiful heavy metals have fueled a recent manufacturing boom on Earth. Core samples rich with the fossil of simple silicon-based organisms indicate Therum was more habitable in the past than it is at present. Perhaps this explained the many Prothean ruins! I think that's the planet we're looking for. Dotting the surface, most of which have been looted by mining corporations. The colony was founded in 67, population of 34,000. Nova Yekaterinburg is the capital. Orbital period of 6.4 Earth years, 6724 radius. 28-hour days, 0.68 Earth atmosphere. 59 Celsius, ugh. And 1.12 G, okay, so it's slightly heavier than the Earth. Okay, that might be, I'm not gonna land right now, because that might be, I'm pretty sure that's the planet we need to investigate. Because they've talked about Prothean ruins. So let's go to Phaistos first, and clean that. An atrocious day at work. Damn kids had a spell today substituting as secondary school at the moment. I do not envy you. I wish there is a world in which I don't have to go back to doing that eventually. But I don't know if I'll be that lucky. Phaistos is a small terrestrial with a trace of atmosphere of carbon dioxide and xenon. Again, they forgot the the word world. That's the second time the word world is missing. It's so hard to say the word world. Anyway, the surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur and various silicates. There is little interest on this desolate world. Well, okay then. We are not interested in Phaistos, guys. I forbid you to be interested in this planet. Just a stupid dumb rock, okay? As opposed to all the other stupid dumb rocks. Orbital period of 0.3 Earth years, 4238 kilometers, 57 Earth hours days, 0.27 atmosphere, 0.63 gravity, and 551 Celsius. Yeah, you know what? This place sucks. Maybe that's why they left out world, yeah. It wasn't even worth being called a world. Yeah, I mean, terrestrial could be a word, but it would refer to something that's on the planet, not the planet itself, right? In this case, it just feels like a word's missing, which, you know, we've seen plenty of typos so far, so not too surprising. I don't think the editing for all of this was very thorough back in the day. And it doesn't look like they've invested in more editing with the Legendary Edition. It's fine, it's details. I'm probably one of very few players who notice that shit and care about it, so. Okay, so we will land on Therum, but let me no, you know, well, yeah, let's quickly check Macedon, because if this okay, hold on, I'm just gonna overview this. Okay, this is, oh shit, there's a land as well. Okay, never mind. Well, actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna clear. Let's. Is that another Prothean? Oh, it doesn't say anything about Protheans. I'm trying to clear the system and then do the main thing in it, right? I don't know if that makes sense to any of you, but to me, it helps my brain feel like I'm not gonna miss anything or forget about something on the way out, you know? Or if suddenly the story gets propelled in a certain direction or whatever, and, you know, you never know. You know, terrestrial can be a noun, right? Like, it's like a celestial, right? You can say like, oh, a celestial object or something, but you can also use that like a celestial. I mean, it's not a common thing, but, you know, you can imagine what it would refer to in fiction, for instance. But like, that's what I mean. Like, a terrestrial would be someone who lives on a terrestrial world, right? We are terrestrials. The world itself, I don't think, again, not my native language, but it doesn't feel like you can just say a terrestrial about a planet. What did you just call me? A terrestrial, Naz. Fargeluz is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with an abundance of airborne hydrocarbons. 111 Earth years, 40,000 kilometers radius, and 19 Earth hours. And we got a whole bunch of xenon. Beautiful. We're just collecting resources. Not the most interesting task, but Patavig. Patavig is the second of Macedon's system giant terrestrial planets, and by far the more interesting. And yet we can't survey or land on it. Sad. Most of the surface is covered by a vast sea of liquid ammonia, with a unique aquatic ammonia-based biosphere has developed, While the frozen continents are largely bereft of life, a rich bounty of complex organisms, many larger than a human, flourish in the chilly, toxic seas. That sounds awesome. While dreadfully inhospitable to humans, Patavig is suitable for colonization by the Volus. Oh, there you go. Negotiations between the... Wait, why are the Volus okay? Well, I mean, they're used to, like, you know, they have all these breathing systems, like pressurized things. I don't remember exactly all the Volus lore, but... Negotiations between the Systems Alliance and the Volus patrons, the Turians hierarchy, have made good progress. Orbital distance 11.3 AU. Orbital period 70 Earth years, roughly. 10,000 kilometer radius, 30 Earth hours days, 22 Earth atmospheres. Yikes. 1.6 surface gravity and minus 130 Celsius. Yeah, it gets squished. Yeah, I remember something about the Volus we read in the Codex with their suits and all that. If they didn't have the suits, they would like rip open basically. So a very high pressure planet is great for them. Keeps them, you know, tight. Which is such a crazy concept for an alien race, I think. I love that. Wally, thank you for the tier 1 28 months. How are you doing, Wally? I feel like it's been a while, but I don't know. Hope you've been good. Very good to hear of you, and thank you again for the support. Wally, you will be remembered. Keeps them tight, you say? Yeah, that's, you know, keeps all their cells, you know, lumped up together. Orlan is an enormous terrestrial planet, half again the size of Earth. Despite its thick atmosphere, the weak output of the red dwarf Macedon leaves its surface biting cold. The crust is mainly composed of silica, but significant deposits of iron and other industrial metals are present. These lodes may prove rich enough to be profitably mined despite the heavy gravity. Okay. Maybe something for the Volus if they establish themselves on the other planet. 21 Earth years, orbital period, almost 10,000 kilometers of radius, 45 Earth hours days, 1.4 atmosphere, 1.5 gravity, minus 197 Celsius. A lot of planets are very cold. That's what I'm learning today. It's either very cold or very warm. Not a lot of in between. You were scanning the planet Portland when a strange signal came from orbit. Navigator Presley determined the signal was from an ancient beacon. Your salvage team brought the beacon aboard and found one of Matriarch Dilinaga's writing in its storage compartment. Gee, I really wish we could know more about those writings. Sounds awesome. I feel like the Matriarch would have a lot of interesting stuff to say. Warning! Level 1 pressure hazard. Shargilla has a very dense atmosphere of ammonia and oxygen. Its temperate surface, is mainly composed of alumina with deposits of sulfur. Combuis in the systems have recently logged a number of unregistered vessels operating nearby. That sounds like a criminal operation, if I've ever heard one. Shargilla is an extensive silicone-based oxygen-breathing ecology. Heavily populated areas are covered with fine silica, silicon dioxide, dust, the respiratory byproduct of the world's higher animal forms. Okay, so, wow. The animal forms on this planet breathe out silica? That's crazy. High-speed surface winds, often laden with abrasive silica dust, present a hazard. In areas where the wind deposits are a great deal of silica, footing can be treacherous. EVAs are discouraged. And yet, I'm pretty sure we're gonna land there and explore. Well. Orbital period 1 Earth year. 5.6 thousand kilometers radius, 40 hours days, almost 40 Earth atmosphere, that sounds awful, 25 Celsius, and almost a normal human terrestrial gravity. Alright, let's land. We're gonna just explore a little bit of this and then we'll go to that planet where we suspect Protean ruins will be. I don't really know what to expect there. Maybe Rex and Garrus? Or, you know what, I'll bring Tally. And... well, in this case, I'm assuming we're interested in... checking out those unregistered signals from ships that we've, you know, detected. Maybe there's some contraband or something happening, and we need to stop it because we're the main character. I don't know. We'll see. You know what? I'm gonna bring Rex. I feel like if there's criminals on this planet, maybe Rex knows them. Who knows? Actually, I'm gonna go with Rex and Garrus, I think. Yeah. Let's do that. Level 1 hazard. I'm not sure what that means. Anomaly, stronghold, and some debris. Let's check the debris first. Does that mean I'm getting... hold on. Am I... I mean, we seem fine. Rex... hold on. I need to check that better. Rex's armor is so cool. Hold on, where can I... that's where I can see. He's so big. This helmet is so sick. I love this one too. I think I said that yesterday, but this one reminds me of like a Destiny Warlock. Alright, Advanced Warp. And throw unlocked. Nice. Now Rex can also throw people. Very cool. Valuable minerals. Hey, we've completed the gases already. Okay, this makes me believe that maybe there's just more stuff that we need to find, because we already are done with the gases and we've barely started exploring the world, so this might be good. Alright, anyway, let's go check out those the debris. Yeah, this world's slightly different than the last. I mean, most planets, you know, in the galaxy are basically desolate rocks, so I'm not, you know, I don't think I can be too mad at the game for a lot of the planets so far looking exactly the same, sort of. That's the unfortunate realism of space. Oh god. Alright. Are we gonna be able to do anything with this? Probably not, right? Oh. No! God damn it. All those probes. I wonder if they're linked. Like if there's a link between all of them. So we are on I'm gonna take a note. Shargilla. Debris probe. High electronics. We really need to get our high electronics in order and then re-explore those. Well, quickly go back to those planets and deal with that. Okay, I'm assuming this is really what we want to explore. I'm gonna go to the anomaly first, I think. I have a feeling whatever's going on this planet, those unregistered vessels are gonna find themselves at the stronghold. What I'm expecting is a criminal operation. That's really what I'm expecting. Oh my lord. I haven't completely turned around yet. Oh my... Okay. I see stuff on my radar. Yeah, that's the stronghold. Okay, there's gonna be enemies there. There's hostile forces. Or, Oh my god. I wonder if you can completely flip your Mako, or if it's always gonna land on its feet like a cat. This is kinda nice. Oh. Other materials over there. What is that? An Asari capsule. More matriarchs writing. It's not clear who lived here, but it appears to have been abandoned for some times. The container in the tent held, among other things, one of matriarchs Delinaga's writing. Beautiful. There was, yeah, I was gonna say there was metal up here, I think. Or some salvage of some kind. Yeah, I can see the stronghold from here. Yeah, I wonder what that's about. So it's interesting that not only do we get a bunch of like side quests, you can also randomly find stuff on planets, it appears. Well, not randomly, but you know. You can discover some interesting things that are not you're not sent quickly there. Survey. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of thorium. Beautiful. So far, I feel like I'm a surveying company more than a military. White wolf. Okay. I saw a lot of red dots on that radar earlier, so let's be careful. There could be some heavy resistance there. Not even quite sure what we're looking at, but oh shit. Oh shit! Okay, hold on. Well, no time for negotiations. Ow. I think they're shooting me with like laser rifles or something. Doesn't do very much to the Mako, but still. It's so funny that we can fight like human-sized enemies with our Mako. We're clearly overpowering them. Oh yeah, here they are. Oh, pirates. Yeah, I was right. Fucking pirate activity. Something's happening there, I think. There's more on the radar. They're hiding behind the building. Be honest, are you there? Yeah. Cleared. Okay. We did just level up. Found a few items. This is cool. All right, let's see. Liara's got extra assault training. Kind of wish she had gotten decryption there, but again, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna control my teammates. I've decided I was gonna auto level them up, and I'm gonna stick with it. Okay, we can get a few points for Advanced Unity is pretty good, but I do want to put a few points in my damage. I don't want to fall behind in damage too much. And I still want to keep some points for Charm and Intimidate. A little bit of damage. Yeah, a little bit of extra health. Like, even 1 point here is 10%. 10% is a whole lot, and we eventually get to immunity. Really something I want to get to. But yeah, I still want to keep some points for this. I always want to have points available for that. Yeah, they have to give points for... We have to give them points for optimism. Yeah, they were like that one Turian that tried to charge the Mako. Yeah, White Wall. That guy was a hero to his people, and now he's dead. I mean, to be fair, like, if I'm Shepard and I'm seeing an enemy vehicle of that size, I might also try to destroy it. We might have to fight things bigger than that. As on foot, right, in the game, so I, can't blame them too much. The Mako's just a beast. Alright, let's be careful in here. I need to stop pressing map whenever I want to press this. I'm not getting used to it. Alright, we're good. Enter building. Oh, brother, I'm not sure what we're gonna find in here. Ton of enemies, that's what we're gonna find in here. I feel like I should have my helmet. Hold on. Is that oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I do want my war helmet when I'm fighting. They're not wearing it. Okay, here's an interesting thing. Shepard can have like the outside helmet, that like the full helmet, which is really cool. And then the normal like just combat helmet version. They can only have like the full or nothing. Which means I would rather them have nothing, I guess. We can see their faces in cutscenes. But my helmet shows my face, so I'm okay with it. I like the immersion factor of, being ready for war. Except Kimmy. Okay, hold on. I'm not sure what's gonna be in there. Oh, can I do that? Apparently not. Hold on. Maybe? Yep, okay. Haha, that's pretty cool.
Now.
Oh, is it a burst rifle that I have now? Yep, it is. Okay. That's good to know. I didn't realize that was a burst rifle. I like those. I like burst rifles. That? An opportunity for grenades? Okay. Yep, that was pretty good. I finally used a grenade in a meaningful way. I'm very proud of myself. I feel like that pirate's not dead. Yeah, one of them's not dead there. What's happening?
Go, go, go!
Get them out of here somehow. What do I do? Carnage. Turns next shotgun blast into an explosive ball of particle. Just do warp. See what it does. Yeah, see? Good damage. Okay, we have to move in. I will say the is he reviving? That's crazy. I feel like the mechanics are not. Oh god. Yeah, my shields are down. Throw her. Oh, or just shoot her. Yeah, thanks, Garrus. The combat mechanics are definitely not the best, but
Shields disabled.
I've also haven't had a lot of opportunities to practice. I haven't fought very much yet. Nice. There's one more. Is it there or up here? Nope, there it is. Sorry, Slayer. Yeah, kill it before it. Yeah, I was gonna say. It sounded bad. Started having biotic lights and all that. I was kind of worried. After fighting the
secured. Just lead the way.
area secured.
Let's get moving.
After fighting those biotics, I'm now very scared of biotic powers. That shit will fuck you up. What's up, Eugene? Okay, I think we're good. Let's see. Got some Medigel. Oh yeah, what's our status? Yeah, let's heal Garrus just in case something happens. Radioactive rounds and phasic rounds. I'm not sure what that is. We'll have to investigate. Got a Banshee 3 and a shield battery. A whole bunch of equipment. Oh, that's a better version of the one I have. I do like pulse burst rifles, so definitely gonna equip the better version of that. What was the shield battery? Plus 50% shields? Or 18% shield recovery. I don't know. What's my what's the default amount of shield that I have? I don't know. Does it say anywhere? It says health. It doesn't say shields. Because I don't know what, you know. I don't know if 50 is like 20% or if it's 100%. Oh, the armor says yes, 72 base armor. So that's almost like 100%. Well, that's, you know. About 70%, in fact. Extra shield. Seems pretty good. Yeah, that actually feels better. 'Cause I can always, like, the recovery is good, but I can always hide in cover and wait. Having a little more buffer is pretty good. I don't know if smash damage really matters, because I don't feel like I don't feel like the AI companions really melee. I think I'm gonna give him shield recovery instead. Yeah. I've never seen them. If I start seeing them melee regularly or something, maybe I'll reconsider, but... Yeah, I mean, the gunplay is pretty rudimentary in even, you know, in this version of the game. But it's fine. I mean, it's, you know, it's, what's the term we always use? It's serviceable. It works, right? I think that's the most you can expect. Basic rounds. Shield bypass, but less damage. That's interesting. I wonder what weapon I would like that on. Shield bypass, but less damage. Maybe a shotgun? Because, like, you're gonna blast so much anyway. I don't know. It doesn't sound great, actually. I would rather just kill the shields and then... But yeah, to your point, Philanor, I think, you know, there's a ton of games that do really amazing things with guns and weapons these days. Like, you look at something like Escape from Tarkov, right? Like, super complex ballistic, and every weapon has so many details, and pretty impressive the stuff they do in that game. And even something like Marathon, like, I've been really enjoying Marathon lately, and the weapons, every weapon feels so different. And then when you modify them, like, you can tell, like, the effects on the handling, the accuracy, the just general, like, it's pretty impressive stuff. What do you think of the gunplay in Cyberpunk? I think it was great. I loved it. I mean, my memory of it is, you know, just that I really loved it. I don't remember much of the details of, like, the stats and all that, because it's been a few years since I've played it at this point. So, you know, like, those details don't really stick. But I remember really enjoying it. That's and in fact, the other day I was randomly, my YouTube algorithm pushed a ton of like super cool Cyberpunk videos of, like, it was one guy, mostly one content creator, doing missions in, like, he shows like 4 different ways of doing an assassination mission. With so many cool playstyles that I never even thought were possible, because I just played the game as a sort of John Wick style character, right? And he was just jumping all over the walls and just, like, assassinating people and blasting people through walls after hacking all the systems. Like, it was some crazy shit that he was doing, and I was like, man, this game's so impressive. There's so many ways to play Cyberpunk. And yeah, just watching the guy play the game again, I was like, damn, I missed that game. That game was so fun to play. It's the only recent open world game that I've really enjoyed and played start to finish without getting bored at a single point. That world was, man, what a game. What's up, Timmy? Yeah, it was in 2024, so it's been pretty much exactly 2 years since we played Cyberpunk, so time flies. We're old. We are old. Oh, someone in there, or something in there. Okay, that was the entrance. Okay. So if this is where we are supposed to go, I'm gonna go there last, of course, as is tradition. Hey, welcome in, Miss Nana? Mrs.? I'm sorry, I'm English is not my native language. I'm terrible with those abbreviations. MS is Miss and MRS is Mrs., right? Am I correct? Mrs. Nana, how are you doing? Welcome in. And Raiders. Jodel, welcome in. I'll call you Nana. That works for me. Inosuke. Hello, hello. Oh, it could be here too. I'm really enjoying it so far, Nana. We're taking it slow. Just the way I like playing games, you know, very thorough and detail oriented. Reading all the lore, all the planets. We've barely started the game. And just to give you an idea, we're currently slowly making our way to trying to find Liara to Sony. We're trying to get there before Saren finds her. But we've been doing a few side quests on the way. We've cleared a lot of stuff in the Citadel. We've been playing for, this is like stream number 8 or something, I think. And we've barely made any progress because we've done so much stuff, so. But yeah, we're getting there slowly but surely. We are in the correct system. Well, actually, we're in the correct cluster. We're finishing exploring the system before we go to what I believe is the planet where she is studying Prothean runes, because the description said Prothean runes. You're not put off by the mechanics. The first game can be a bit wonky. Yeah, I mean, the first couple days were a little, you know, I was fighting the jank a little bit. Finding the right keybinds definitely helped. I feel a lot more comfortable now. And I'm still not too comfortable with the combat, because we haven't had a lot of combat so far. So it's always a little bit, you know, of a struggle every time the fight starts, but I'm getting there, I think. I'm getting there. Oh, Jesus, that was loud. Anyone in there? Nope. Bunch of weapon and armor upgrades. Beautiful. We love that. What? We're roughly in the right galaxy. We're in the right cluster, which is a lot better than it just being in the right. Obviously, we're in the right galaxy. There's only one in the game. Yeah, the sound effects are all over the place. The problem is there's no like granular balance. Like if I lower that, everything is lowered, and some of the stuff's already not that loud, so I'm just dealing with it. You know, old games. I get it. You know, I started playing games in the 80s, so I am no stranger to jank. What do you mean decryption skill too low? Fuck! We need to come back with I think Tali is our highest decryption so far. Need to come back with Tali. Do that in a sec. Ah, come on. Shit. What's up, Barrican? How are you doing today? Games were played, yeah. You know, I mean, I was very young in the 80s as well. I mean, if the 83 in your username is your birth year, I am only at most 1 year older than you are, so. I was born in 82. Similar experiences. Yeah. Alright, let's investigate the desk and figure out what was happening here. Again, I'm expecting a smuggling operation. You discover evidence that the Asari leading these slavers and Nasana Dentius, an important ambassador on the Citadel, are sisters! That's the girl I was never able to talk to! Okay, that's exciting. Because I've tried to talk to that girl many times on the Citadel, and she was always like, I don't want to talk to you. I don't have time for this. It is time. We finally have something. You should return to the Presidium and confront Nasana with this. Download the evidence. Yes, I will. Alright, cool. I love that. Randomly, you know, finding a quest. She might have to. She might have to, Nana. We're not gonna let her get away with it. Go to the embassy lounge at the Presidium level of the Citadel and tell Nasana Dentius that her sister, Dahlia, is dead. Yeah, we didn't really negotiate or anything. He just got here and murdered everyone. Oh well. I mean, they didn't give us a choice, frankly. I was ready to negotiate. I'm always ready to negotiate. I'm not a murderer. Okay, I need to come back with Tali for the quick decryption. I don't want to have too many. We already have like the probes come back to eventually. I don't want to have more stuff to think Paragon. I don't have a precise like, you know. I rarely go with the intent of doing something specific. The way I play games is I always try to, I'm always very immersed, and I try to do what I feel is best in any given situation based on just my personality and, you know, what it feels like. So far we've been a little more Paragon than Renegade, but, you know. I'm expecting this could balance out over time. When the choices get a little harder, we might have to make decisions, you know, that are a little more difficult. We'll see. I don't, yeah. I rarely try to have a like a prepared idea of how I want to do something. I let the game sort of carry me into the story and see what happens, you know. Ooh. Getting some good stuff right there. Okay. Ooh. Another heavy armor. Okay. Shit. Oh, come on. There we go. Heavy armor for the Krogan. That's great. And a medium armor for humans. Maybe I can use this one. Hold on. The heavy armor is gonna go to... what's her name? Ashley. Rex. Can you wear this? You cannot wear a heavy armor? Come on. Seriously, Rex? Oh, shit. Yeah. We'll get there eventually. I am a soldier. No. I like the idea of being a normal, just a normal man. I like being a normal man. Again, it goes back to what I was saying about immersion. In most games, I like to play the you know, I don't like to play magic too much or stuff like that. I think it makes it more immersive, more relatable for me. And then it lets all the other characters have those like superpowers that make them feel a bit more unique, I guess. I like it. Just like when we talked about that earlier when I was playing Cyberpunk. I basically did like a John Wick character, you know, just like a regular sort of hitman, assassin, gun for hire type stuff, you know. Not too much, no hacking, no, you know, not too many biotics, not biotics, what was it called? Implants or whatever in Cyberpunk? No. Just an innocent man. Yeah, Squishy, I think it works well. What's up, Gruckle Sphere, by the way? I'm your messenger. Yeah. It's obviously it's a personal thing, right? But for me, it's like if I play Dark Souls, I want to be a normal knight, right? Like just a dude with a lot of metal around his body and in his hands, and just fight the big creatures, like the mythical creatures, with just a sword. I think you know, there's something really cool about that. It always reminds me of one of my favorite games of all time, which is Shadow of the Colossus. That you know, I always remember how cool it felt to face those gigantic mythical colossus, and you just have a bow and a sword and a horse, and you're like, you know, kill these ancient gods with farming tools or whatever. I like the concept of that. I think it's cool. I'm from Switzerland. Nana, you know, everyone always jokes that I'm from Sweden, because obviously Switzerland and Sweden are the same place. Those dumb Americans. I'm kidding. But yeah. Switzerland. Yeah, exactly, Nana. Yeah, my native language is French. I'm from the French part of Switzerland. What were you playing today, by the way? I didn't ask, because you came in, you know, expressing how much you loved Mass Effect, so we just talked about that. But what were you playing today? Were you playing Mass Effect, or were you doing something else? You were playing Mass Effect 3. Nice, nice, nice. Hell yeah. Are you mostly streaming, like, the Mass Effect games, or you just do a bunch of stuff? So, most of my family speaks German. In fact, my entire family speaks German. I personally do not speak German very well. I understand it okay, but I would be in trouble if I had to stream in German, for instance. Yeah. I can have a very basic conversation if I need to, but my cousins, for instance, they're Swiss German from Basel, around Basel. When we see each other, we speak English together. We never speak any other language. Even though I speak a little German, they speak pretty decent French. You do a lot of replays of games you like. Mostly Mass Effect. Also played Red Dead Redemption 2 a few times. Nice, nice. I did do a partial playthrough of Red Dead 2 well, 3 years ago at this point. I never finished it because the Rockstar mission structure is a pain in my ass. I hate it. So I lost interest in the story. I did watch someone play through the story after that, and yeah, it was good. It was, for me, it was more fun to watch than play. But I did enjoy, you know, the first, however, I don't know, 150, 200 hours that we played doing Cowboy Simulator. That part was fun, going on camping trips and fishing and just exploring the world. That was nice. But as soon as I was like, okay, I'm kind of done with the open world thing, I want to do the story now, that's when the game sort of fell apart for me. I thought the story was great. Like, it was clearly the writers are extremely good, the performances are amazing, but it's just that fucking mission structure. I freaking hate it. It just completely gets in the way of my immersion. It feels so on rails and unnatural, and I hate it. We have a clip of this one moment when I was like, yeah, I'm done playing this game. And I was like, it's so funny because I'm complimenting the game. I'm like, yeah, this game is incredible. It was like a beautiful scene of me on a horse with the lady Mary, I think her name was, on the back, and we're just going through Saint Denis with beautiful ambient music, beautiful night lights and everything. It was such a beautiful scene. And I was like, I was gushing compliments about the game. And then the mission failed because I wasn't fast enough. And I was like, that was it. I was never able to play the game after that. I was like, yep, no, I'm done. And that was really the moment I was like, it's such a shame that the greatness of the artists that worked on that game is ruined by this nonsensical structure. Oh well. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you, $10. What a tragic moment. It was so good. I love that moment so much, and then it all fell apart. Anyway, let me, while we, instead of just standing there, I could come back with Tally and get those things open. All right, we'll go back to the Citadel eventually. I'm not gonna go back right now. All right, let's go back and let's come back down. I really wish I could pick my landing spot for stuff like that. Just driving back here is gonna waste a lot of time. I think it was Tally. I'm gonna take Kaiden just in case, but I think Tally was the one. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, that was the moment I was like, yep, no, you know what? I was just in my, because I've played God of War back when it released. And I was like, yeah, God of War was, you know, a lot of people were upset that Red Dead 2 was beaten by God of War. And I was like, I don't know, God of War was great. And then when I was playing that, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm starting to understand why people loved Red Dead 2 and were so adamant that it deserved Game of the Year. And then the game made me eat my words. It couldn't have been better. Like, if I was trying to plan this shit, I would fail the timing every time. I haven't played Ragnarok still. I should probably replay the first God of War and then play Ragnarok one of these days on stream. I probably don't remember that much of God of War. It was like, what, 8 years ago at this point? It will probably feel fresh enough for me to play through it again before playing Ragnarok. Yeah, 2018 was fucking 8 years ago, Jesus. I cannot believe it blows my mind that it was that long ago. Where was the thing? It was upstairs. Yeah. Come on, Shepard. Sprint a little bit. Is there any stat that makes me have more stamina? That's the... If there's a stat that makes me have more stamina, it should be fitness, but it's not working. I mean, it's not saying anything. A soldier not being able to run 10 feet without getting exhausted blows my mind. I can run longer than that. I was told it was like GTA's big brother, making me think it was like GTA. Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of GTA. I think Red Dead 2 is a lot better. For sure. And I like the prologue. I know a lot of people, I remember having that conversation, like people being like, you know, don't get discouraged by the prologue of Red Dead 2. It's pretty slow and everything. I thought it was awesome. I love the prologue of Red Dead 2. I thought it was so immersive. In fact, I will argue that I would rather the entire game be like the prologue. More directed, less, you know. Obviously, the open world has a lot of value in Red Dead 2. But I think, and that sort of was my point about Red Dead 2, is it feels like there's two games in there. And they're at odds with one another. There's the crazy open world cowboy simulator, Far West simulator that I think is amazing in itself. And then there's the story, like the more linear story game that's in there, which I would love if it was more like Last of Us, right? In the directed experience of a story narrative, a linear narrative story-based game. And the prologue was kind of like that, right? Like there was a little bit of openness and all that, but you were sort of, you know, limited and very directed in a certain way. I wouldn't have minded if the whole story was like that, right? So like I feel like there's two games that are a little bit at odds and it's fighting against one another. Because you get all that freedom and that you know, amazing Far West simulator, and then as soon as you start a mission, if you step, you know, outside of the road, you get a failure and it completely breaks your immersion and the flow and everything. And then you have, you know, you have this open world thing that you love exploring and all those towns and those characters, and then the story makes you murder everyone in the town, and then there's this disconnect between the, you know, I feel those were two separate games. Like I really wish those were two separate games. I would love each more than I like them as a combined product, if that makes sense. But I know that's a me thing, right? That's a very personal thing in the way I do like immersion in games and all that. Yeah. Okay, my decryption's still too low. Jesus. Oh, wait! We have points. Please put points in decryption. I've said that I was only gonna auto level up my companions so that they're, you know, their unique self. I'm not controlling them. You got decryption points. There's hope. Hold on. And our boy Kaiden's becoming a medic, apparently. No! Still too low? Oh my god. Yeah, I think for me, and again, like you would need to completely change, obviously, the game, right? It couldn't be this open world game. But like for me, a good compromise is something like The Last of Us 2. I think The Last of Us 2 is the pinnacle of what you can do in terms of like linear, story-driven, sort of actiony, semi-open world. That's a lot of parameters, but what I mean by that is The Last of Us 2 lets you explore quite a bit. There's a ton of like, you know, space that you can navigate, and you can go inside houses, and you know, it's not just like a linear interactive movie, right? There's a lot of stuff like that, and I think that's to me that's the best way to tell like a movie like linear story. And if the story of Red Dead Redemption 2 was delivered in that fashion, I would have absolutely loved it, playing it. Of course, Nana. Thank you for hanging out a little bit. Thank you for the raid again. Well, I hope I'll see you in the future. I'll have to follow your channel, but I have to be careful because I don't want any Mass Effect spoilers, but I'm sure I'll catch you eventually. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, for sure, Snarko. But that's why, you know, I always go back to the same point. Like I like, if the game's gonna tell me a linear story, then be a linear game. You know, I would much rather have that than have a giant open world game that is at odds with the narrative all the time. Okay, so we'll have to come back. That's annoying. Now I'm like, if I was gonna, you know, if I was gonna start over, I would max decryption and electronics on 2 different characters immediately. Just to make sure I don't have to backtrack anything. That would be my strategy. But I think it's okay to have limitations. And again, I very strongly feel like I want the characters to be their own people. Okay, and we have 2 decryptions on top of the stronghold. We'll have to come back for that as well. In fact, I hope I get to do that before we go back to the Citadel, because who knows, there might be more information about what's going on here in those safes. Yeah. So these people were slavers, is what I'm getting, right? Oh shit, hold on. There's more information now. You've killed an Asari mercenary named Dahlia Dentius. According to a datapad found on Dahlia's body, her sister Nasana is a diplomat on the Citadel. Dahlia was evidently blackmailing Nasana by threatening to reveal her own existence and ruin Nasana's career. Nasana will want to hear the news that her sister is dead. Oh, I didn't see that. I just read that earlier. Or whichever it was. I didn't have all the information. Oh, so we're actually helping Nasana. Nasana is a poor victim in this situation. Oh, that's good to know. That changes the tone a little bit. I thought I was going to confront her about her involvement into some, you know, slavery ring or something. But no, in fact, she might be a good person. All right, what are we looking at in terms of equipment and everything? I'm gonna equip an Edge 3. Yes, please. And the Reaper 3, why not? Do I have a better armor? Okay, the Onyx has better shields and better tech biotic protection. Okay, that's not actually bad, because tech biotic stuff scares the hell out of me. What does it look like? Hey, that looks pretty cool. Wait, was that my starting armor? No, that's okay. The starting armor was the Onyx 1, I think. Onyx 4 is a better version of that. Phoenix 3. Hey, it's a cool pink and white armor. That's kind of sick. Okay, the Phoenix 3 seems to be the better one. Like the better sort of balance. Although the tech, again, the tech biotic protection might be better than damage protection. I think I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with the light armor. At least give it a try. Yeah. All right, let us make our way to... I don't remember the name of the planet. Theros? Therum. Theros is Magic the Gathering. Alright, Therum. But before we land on Therum, we are going to make sure our crew is fully equipped. I think. Dun, dun, dun. Subsal, you know. Dun, 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 dun. Eye contact.
Anything you need, Commander?
We'll talk another time.
No, nothing new. Okay. Yo, what's up, Credo? Yeah, I think it's fine. I've gotten used to it now. Today I haven't even thought about the driving. It felt very natural. Nice, you know.
Commander,
We'll talk later, Williams.
looking forward to it.
We'll
sir.
talk later, Williams. Okay, let's see. Ashley, what kind of armor can you wear? You can wear Gladiator 3, which is better damage protection, but less shield. What does it look like? Let's see. Ooh, pretty cool. I don't hate that. The extra... I don't know how to value the armor versus damage protection, the shield, sorry, versus damage protection. I think I'll go with the black one. I think it's fine. She will need better weapons. I think she's gonna take a Lancer level 3. Yeah. What do you get in there? Chemical rounds. Actually, I don't hate the idea of giving you phasic rounds. It's like sustained fire. High caliber barrel level 2. I kind of feel like I want that. Hold on. Assault rifle. Recoil damper. Weapon stability is pretty good, but like lower rate of fire and extra damage sounds really good. I like slow assault rifles. The problem is the overheating. I think that's going to be an issue. Although I'm using a burst fire weapon, so that probably better. Man, it's hard to compromise on accuracy though. I think I'm going for it. We'll see how it feels. Alright, let's continue. Ashley, I don't think you're gonna use your shotgun very much, but let's give you a better one just for the sake of it. Scimitar 2, yeah. Pistol, get an edge 2. Just little upgrades, even though it's not gonna be your main weapon. I think that's fine. Okay, that's good for Ashley. Kaiden. Kaiden, same thought process. If you can get small upgrades, you'll get small upgrades. But we're not gonna max you out on weapons you're not gonna use. However, we're gonna give you a super good pistol, because that's your thing. For some reason, the Stinger 2 is just better. Okay, well, we'll stay on that then. Oh wait, Ashley's assault rifle could use the recoil damper. Nice. Okay. Very cool. Cooldown reduction's great. This one's better. Yeah, you get all the cooldown reduction, Kaiden. Enjoy it. Get a Reaper 2. Is that a better Omni tool? No, because of the tech cooldown. Yeah. Biotic. You can get a better armor, can't you? No, okay. Got a better one. How is the stance on deleting information about differences between the original and legendary edition? Not sure how we handle this kind of info. I think that's fine, as long as it doesn't, like... As long as it doesn't give information on its own, right? Like, I don't know, for instance, like, oh, in the original version, this dialogue said that instead of this. You know, because that could potentially lead me to be like, oh, why would they have changed that, you know, that dialogue? You know, if it's just like gameplay stuff, like, oh, this, you know, the driving is better, or the gunplay is better, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I think the patch stuff is mostly for newer games, I feel like. And mostly for stuff like, I don't know, like Souls games or whatever, because, and the main reason for it is usually the patch information that people discuss is like, oh, this boss was so much harder in the previous version. And then there's the whole conversation of like, you know, if you didn't beat the unpatched boss, you didn't really beat it. And that sort of conversation just annoys me. So I don't care about it, but it just like, I find it obnoxious. So that's why we're not talking patches in those games, but for a game like that, you know, whatever, I think. Just use your best judgment. You know, I trust you. But yeah, it's good to ask if you have doubts. What is this? This? Motorized joints? No, it's toxic seal. I don't understand how am I supposed to know which item's equipped? Oh, I guess it doesn't have the little garbage bin next to the thing, which is barely visible, by the way. And the logo, but you could have like different of the same ones. I think you're gonna get stimulant packs. Anything that's cooldown reduction on Kaiden seems pretty good. Because it's mostly a spellcaster, right? Being abiotic and all. Garrus, you get a better Banshee. Get a better-ish shotgun. You get a better gun. But more than anything, you need the best sniper you can get, which you already do, okay. Ooh, better armor for Turian. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. You know, it's one of those things where I'm like, it feels like Garrus looks good in blue. It was designed for him, like his face, you know, like all the design of the character fits the blue color scheme. It's weird to see him in different colors. You think if Garrus had a kid, he'll stay in the military for a while on account of him being a garrison? Hey. I have no words, Timmy. I don't know what to say. I feel like there should be a tax on puns. What we need to do is we need to stop timing out people for puns. We need to establish a tax. Like if you make a pun, you need to like gift 5 subs to the community as repayment for the terrorism that you've inflicted. I don't know, like that armor looks so much cooler, but this one seems better. I mean, the tech biotic protection is a problem, but it's definitely better shields and damage wise. I like yellow and black, like those, like yellow, black, white. Those are really cool color schemes. Just it feels like it doesn't fit Garrus. Oh, interestingly, on the ship, he's still wearing his normal blue armor. Oh, that's fine then. What's wrong with puns? If you don't know, you're not ready to know. It's just a meme around here. It's a whole inside joke of us punishing puns by timing out people that make them. Okay, the Scimitar 2 seems just strictly better. I mean, the accuracy is a little lower, but storm weapons don't seem very good, what I'm getting here. No, I want to keep the better pistols for other people. Get a straight up upgrade, though. Did you do that back in the old days too? No, not really. That's a new thing. And the golden kappas, yeah. I think it started maybe during Outer Wilds, yeah. I thought the Garrison was a good... It doesn't matter how good it is. In fact, the rule when we were timing out puns was that the better the pun, the longer the timeout. Yeah. I think the longest timeout we've ever given was the Yoda pun. Well, it was not really a pun, but more of a wordplay, which fits the same sort of category. It was, what did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K? And the answer was, HD, am I? Which actually made me laugh. Like, I laughed reading it. That was a pretty long time out right there. But yeah, the Garrison's a good one. It's a good one. I don't hate it. I think I would like Mr. Rex to blast people with, you know, chemical rounds for the extra damage. Because a shotgun blast is so like widespread, it's gonna do a lot. I just thought that when you get a message deleted by the mods, you have to get 5 subs. Yeah, wouldn't work on my channel. I know some channels where, you know, they have such taxes for when people make bad jokes or whatever, and works very well. But not one of these channels. Tally, you get a pistol with cooldown reduction. Yeah. That sounds like something you need. In fact. And health regeneration. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to give everyone little upgrades before we go out on a main story mission. I'm expecting to be maybe a bit more challenging. Making sure everyone's up to snuff. Is that the expression? Up to snuff. Okay, Timmy. See, that's why we, you know, time out puns. Because then it spreads, and then it never stops. I think we're good. I wish there was a way to upgrade people without them being in your team. I don't believe there is. The locker's only for equipment. Alright, let's go back up. The best ones are when Naz is so angry he can't say anything. Yeah, that doesn't happen to me. I always have something to say. I'm full of opinions. You couldn't make me shut up even if you tried. It's a big problem. I think we're good. I'm gonna just check with Joker if there's anything new.
Commander, something you need?
Nope.
I have to go.
All right, see you.
We're all good. All right, let's land on Therum and see if we can find Liara Tassoni. What's up, random NPC? Have I missed any moral dilemmas? Not really, no. We've dismantled a slavery operation on a random planet, surveyed a few worlds, and we're about to land on Therum, which is where I believe we might find Liara, because there's a mention of Prothean ruins, so... Let's go there. Story mission. I don't know who I want to bring with me. Found any NPCs outside of our party that have stood out so far? Yeah, the Elcors at the beginning of the Citadel were pretty cool. I like the Elcors. I think the Consort's an interesting one. I like Chloe Michel, the Doctor. She's cool. Dr. Chakwas on the Normandy is really cool. Joker's fun. Yeah. But like outside of, let's say outside of like the Normandy crew, a few. Yeah. There's a couple of interesting ones. I'm excited to learn more about the Nasana situation now that we've killed her sister. That was apparently a terrible person, slaver and all. So that's exciting. When we go back to the Citadel, there's going to be a bunch of stuff poured out. Oh, I like the Emily Wong too, the journalist. She's pretty cool. Alright, anyway, we need to go explore ruins. Try and find a doctor. Who's coming? I think Tali's gonna be part of the crew there. Might not want to bring Ashley if she's gonna be annoyed at, you know, more aliens. Ashley is a liability. I don't know what to do with her so far. Maybe Kaiden? Kaiden's always nice to have. Like his biotic powers are really good. Maybe Garrus? Hmm. That's true, Eric. I don't know. They can hang out on the Normandy. We're gonna leave Rex behind so they can get to know each other. I don't know. It's between Kaiden and Garrus, I think. Obviously, Kaiden would add a little bit of biotic strength, which could be useful. Garrus and Tali kind of cover the best sort of decryption and electronics that we have so far. That's not a bad thing. I think I'm gonna go with that, Garrus and Tali. They're the most friendly, agreeable team members so far, I think. I mean, Kaiden's not bad. It is just very quiet. It's very introverted, it feels like. Rex is good too, is just, you know, he can come off as a bit confrontational sometimes. I hate making choices like that. I really wish you could hot swap them during missions, so that I wouldn't have to worry too much. Like, I could just swap in various situations, and but you know, I don't hate the idea of having to make decisions. It's just, yeah, our lack of biotic strength is a bit concerning, but it'll be fine. I'm gonna go with that. Yep. Hot drop. Stunk. Ooh.
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
Ooh, okay. This is not like the other planets. This is like a proper linear... Interesting. Alright. I wonder... Can I explore any of this? Probably not, right? Wait, there's an atmosphere there. Or, helmets are off. Yeah. Well, not the, we don't have, like, the full helmets. Huh. There's a proper breathable atmosphere. Okay, this is not explorable. Alright, let's just go there. Ooh. That lava? It is. Oh boy. I'm very worried about what happens if the Mako touches lava. There's a part of me that kind of wants to experiment, but you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's not be like the kid that looks at the hot plate and knows it's gonna hurt, but needs to touch it to confirm. Wow, this looks cool. Love that. The fuck was that? Oh, just wind? It sounded like a ship landed or passed by. I see enemies on the radar. Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck? Oh! Dodged! That is so rad. What do you mean? That actually damaged me. Crazy. But I dodged it. What are these things? Are those Geth? Is that Saren's army? Is that Saren's ship? Yeah, those are... Those look Geth-ish. Shield regenerator, recoil damper, stimulant pack. Okay. What does that do? Stimulant pack, 9% cooldown reduction, shield recovery. Okay. Garrus, what you got? Armor plating. You can get better than that. You will get shield charge generator. And Dali, you will get extra cooldown reduction, I think. That actually sounds better. What was that? Geth armatures. Armatures are quadrupled all-terrain heavy weapons platforms, akin to the armored fighting vehicle of other races. Geths being synthetic intelligences, armatures are not crude vehicles but intelligence entities, capable of independent decision-making and learning. Armatures are equipped with heavy kinetic barriers. Their main cannon, mounted on the articulated head turret, appears to be a highly efficient conventional mass accelerator. It's capable of firing in anti-personnel and anti-tank modes. Some armatures carry drones into battle, presumably for reconnaissance purposes. Others host a swarm of insect-sized repair micro-robots. That sounds cool. Okay, so it is indeed the Geth. Meaning, is it still alive? No. Felt like it moved. It seems like our boy Saren's already there. We might be too late. To the surprise of no one, considering how, you know, slowly we've made our way here. Are those enemies? Oh yeah. Actual missiles. Holy Jesus. Woo. Okay, there's more enemies here. I just don't see them.
Trying to knock down the front door seems stupid. Maybe we could try the side window?
What do you mean, stupid? Dali, please. You need to put a little trust in your captain. Jumping over those missiles is so much fun. I love it. Very Super Mario, yeah. Yeah, doesn't look like I can get in. Unless maybe I have to go on foot and open something. But Tally suggested we take a side route, which is probably the game telling me that's what I need to do. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there was a choice there, but... Well, I agree with the side path idea. Not mad about it. Oh. I'm not sure I dodged that one. I may have. So far, so good. Taking it slow and steady. Oh, this is just going around the thing. Never mind. Okay. Then I don't understand why we avoided the front door. We could have just busted it open. It's not like we avoided any enemies. The Mako is so strong. Like we're destroying those human-sized enemies. Whoa. You little shit. There's someone in there. I think. There's more enemies. There's one more. One of them is hiding inside here. Whoa. That was loud. Hold on. Might be more enemies in there. Yep. What the hell happened to you? Easy decryption. That. Okay, some upgrades. Nice, nice, nice. Gate control. Oh, see. It actually does work. Nice. Now we have a shortcut. Okay, there was another enemy in there, I'm pretty sure. Ah, nice. So far, I think the game's pretty rewarding for exploration, which I did not necessarily expect. Okay, that was a lot of interesting... Oh, shit. You get... There's so much equipment in this game, it's actually overwhelming. You get showered in new things constantly. Well, that's a straight up upgrade of my current weapon, so I'm happy about that. I'm gonna do this. Hammerhead rounds, ammunition, also called squash projectiles, is designed to flatten on impact, increasing the amount of physical force transferred to the target. That sounds good on a shotgun, so I'm gonna put that here. Yeah. Okay. Let's quick save. I want to make sure to make regular saves with those older games. Fine. Back to the Mako. Oh. My bad. Okay, there's one more enemy in there. I don't know if his... I think he's in there. Show yourself. Nice and easy. Ah, shit. That was actually quite annoying. Combat sensor. I think I have a rudimentary version of that on this one. Yep, I'm gonna put level 3 on that. Open the gate. Nice. Good job, team. Even though I'm pretty sure I'm the only one doing anything right now. Okay. Was hoping for at least a safe container of any kind, but no. Sorry. Decryption. Oh, Guardian 3. Medium armor. Ooh. That is a lot of shield. But no biotic protection. Pretty good though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with the light armor, just for biotic protection. Seems a lot better than anything else we have right now. Alright. Let's be on our way. Yeah, random. I think there's a few standout tracks. I do think a lot of the ambient stuff's a little, you know. Like this track, for instance, is not very interesting. Let's put it this way. Like it's, you know, it's nice, it's chill, it works for the ambience, but it's not super memorable, I guess. I do like the galactic map though. That one sounds awesome. Like the main theme that you hear sometimes, like when we left the Citadel, I think that one was great. Couldn't we get much better music-wise? Yeah. Looking forward to it. But yeah, I mean, it's perfectly fine, right? It's just that some of those, yeah, some of those like synth track feel a little rudimentary. It would be the kind of stuff that I would have done when I was a teenager and I had a synth and I was, oh jeez, and I was just playing around with it. Oh, can't see shit. Just hoping that I'm, yeah, I think I've hit my targets there. Great. All right, we did pick up a bunch of stuff though. Look at that. Is it really necessary to get so many new items, most of which we'll never use? Improved sighting. Okay, I'm intrigued by that. Oh, max accuracy. High caliber level 3. Let's go. And let's check our squad. Garrus, please get points in decryption. No, he got a bunch of first aid instead. Oh, that's unfortunate. But I'm gonna follow my rules. I'm not gonna manipulate the leveling. Hacking unlocked. Okay. She got more decryption and electronics. AI hacking temporarily drives basic robotic enemies berserk so they will attack anything nearby, including their former allies. Okay, that sounds rad. Recharge your tech proximity mines more quickly, grant the AI hacking ability. Yeah, that sounds really good. I'm excited to experiment with that. Okay, let's spend a few points. How do I do this? I want to get to sniper rifles to start upgrading them eventually. So I'm gonna put a point here. I'm not a huge fan of shotguns, but maybe they'll grow on me later. I think I might do something like that. We do... Do I need to get to heavy armor? I'm not sure. I do like lighter armors for myself. Reset the cooldowns. Yeah, the adrenaline burst is pretty good. I do want to get to immunity sooner than later, I think. I'm gonna go with 1 point in fitness. There we go. Oh, more enemies in front. the ragdoll physics in this game are unnecessarily funny. It's like there's no need for ragdoll physics in this game for some reason, yet they have it, and it's so funny. I mean, although certain like skills have like physics-based components, right? Like the push and throw and all that. What the hell is this? This thing was taking a beating. Jesus. Yeah, like, there's no reason for the game to have that level of ragdoll physics. I'm just so glad it does. Feels like a product of its time a little bit. It's like, oh, Half-Life 2 had those insane physics and everyone loved it. Let's put that in our game, even though there's really not much to do with it. Okay. Seems like we're getting into some actual structures now. There's enemy. Oh, okay, they must be here. Almost drove into the wall there. Show yourself. Where are you? Oh, pff, they're so small. Didn't see them. Ow! Shit. I'm gonna have to do some cleaning one of these days and like turn everything I don't use in Medigel. I have a bunch of like level 1 and 2 stuff that I'm never gonna use again. Whole mining operation on this planet, huh? Let's see. Feels like they're... Nope.
Redeploying.
I was trying to sprint, but it's the same button as interact, so... Okay. Oh, I literally had never noticed that there is a stamina bar. It's above my health bar down there. I legitimately never noticed that until just now. It's not very big. Also, I'm assuming a reason why I didn't notice is that it doesn't show when you're not in combat mode. Yeah. Ow! Ow! Sorry, sorry. Enemy lava down. Yep. I really wish this thing was using tank controls. Not to sound like a broken record, but it would be so much smoother. I don't think I'm missing anything. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of... I do like how powerful the Mako makes you feel against normal enemies. You're just blasting them. Like, look at how the barricade... Like, okay, that's a really cool... Oh, shit! Yeah, well, shields. We're good. That's a really good use of the, like, the physics system, right? The way the barricades actually react to it. And... I like that. Ah. I see. No Mako past this point, huh? Unless... Hold on. Oh! Oh! Jesus! Hold on. I mean, I understand. Clearly the game's trying to... Oh my god. Okay, hold on. The game's trying to prevent you from going further on the Mako. But... yeah, it's not gonna work. I'm pretty sure even if I could go that high, there would be an invisible wall or something. Alright, game. I will play by your rules. Okay, that track's pretty good though. Now we have a little bit of that nice little like epic synth orchestral kind of thing. I don't hate it. It's not Star Wars music or anything, but it's decent. Show yourself. Oh my god. I'm gonna snipe that nerd. If any part of his body shows, I'm sniping it. There we go. Nice. It's okay, they're dead. Oh my god, there's one more. Never mind. Okay, so I think... yeah, this goes kind of all over the place, but I think... yeah, Sniper's pretty good. It feels powerful, for sure. Yeah, well, okay. Our plan to get here before Saren clearly hasn't worked out. Where are you? Oh, shit. Doosh. Radar says one more. Eyes say I don't see it. Oh. Dali's got visual. Yep, there is. Nice. Oh. Oh shit! My shields are damaged. I would love to wait. Come on, give me shields. There we go. Oh, that thing can tank. Okay. That thing can take a hit or two.
Perimeter secured.
Perimeter secured. Oh god. Oh Jesus, Garrus. I like that auto rifle.
Perimeter secured.
Thank you, Tally. Tally is very on point with updating us with the status. I'm barely using the abilities. I should probably use them more. Mining camp, okay. Clear. Oh. Oh no. What in the Resident Evil 2 is that? Yeah, no, see, that sucks. I wish I had the Mako now. Fuck. Oh my god, that was fast. Immediately lost shields. Hold on. Tally, can you... Oh no, she's blocked. Fuck! Okay, can you sabotage this? I'm gonna go with overkill. Oh, she's dead! Oh no. She got caught in the open. Die. I'm overeating like crazy. Okay, we're gonna go Unity, which hopefully... Actually, I should probably wait for my... Dude, those things are so annoying. Okay, Garrus is about to go down, isn't he? Okay, I'm gonna go Unity. Then heal. Okay, what I need to do real fast is I need Tali to hack this thing. Wait, didn't she have a hacking thing? Oh, I may have unlocked it but didn't get the ability yet. Well, okay. Garrus, go in overkill, do whatever you can. Tally. Sabotage. I really need to get rid of those stalkers. They're a pain in my ass right now. stalkers are a pain in my ass. Those things are very obnoxious. Okay. When's Unity back? Soon-ish. I just need to survive. Okay, that's done. Just need to be prudent. Okay, what is left? There's a nerd on the turret far back. Yeah, that's a big help. Okay. Mostly fine. Let's go Unity again. And heal right away. Nice. Okay. Now. Garrus, you're gonna go shield boost because you need protection. Tally, you're gonna go sabotage on that thing. Nice, 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 nice. That gives us just enough time to restabilize. Perfect. I'm literally switching weapons when it's too hot. I'm gonna nade that thing actually. Hold on. Okay. I don't think that did very much. Am I blowing it up before it hits the thing? Hold on. I mean, that thing was hard to kill when we were in the Mako, so I'm not surprised that it's taking us so long there. I really wish I had hacking. Overload. Let's see. Maybe it has big shields. I don't really have an angle over there. Tally, don't stay out in the open! Ah, I think we got it. Nice. Okay, there's one more enemy. Right there. Jesus! That was a fight and a half. Holy. Whew. Good job, soldiers. Everyone's on assault rifles right now. I would rather have Tally on this and there's on that. I kind of wish you could lock their weapons. That makes sense. I understand they probably change based on situations. Like when the stalkers come close, Garrus with a sniper is not going to do very much. But I still wish you could sort of lock them into a specific weapon type. I would like Garrus to like stay with the sniper, and instead of changing weapon because it gets too close, run away and try to hide somewhere where you can snipe. Right? That would, to me, make more sense. But yeah, that was pretty tough. That was pretty tough, for sure. I think, you know, it might also be a part, like, maybe team composition. It would have been probably easier if I had some biotics to push some of those enemies to the ground or stop the stalkers from moving all over the place. Those stalkers were a pain in my ass. I didn't realize how many they were and how they all surrounded us all the time. That's what killed us a couple times early on. But I was able to stay alive. Get Unity. Unity is busted. That's an extremely strong ability. The fact that it actually has a cooldown and you can use it several times in a single fight is very strong. For some reason, I assumed it would be like a one per fight type thing. Because I don't know, that just made sense in my brain. But the fact that you can just wait it out and get it again, and pretty strong. Did we level up? No, we did not. Okay, pretty close though. Yeah, that's okay. I unlocked hacking, but I didn't get hacking yet, which is what I was kind of hoping that I would be able to hack the big the tank, the Geth tank or whatever they're called, dreadnoughts or something. Armatures, that's their name. Yeah, that would have been great. The Geth Hoppers. The Geth models, collectively dubbed Hoppers by Alliance forces, are electronic warfare platforms. They can project electromagnetic radiation across a broad spectrum as an offensive weapon. They can also perform cyber warfare attacks against the onboard computers of body armor, hard suits, and weapons, adversely affecting their performance. The structure of Hoppers consists of an advanced and highly elastic artificial muscle material. This allows a Hopper to compress its entire body with powerful leaps. Hoppers also have thousands of molecule-scale barbs on the surfaces of their hands and feet, which are used to cling to walls and ceilings. Hoppers are very difficult targets, leaping from one surface to another in rapid successions. The Quarians have no record of any Geth models similar to Hoppers. Uh-oh. That's bad. This new morphotype must have been developed over the last 300 years by the Geth themselves. This is troubling proof that the Geth are continuing to move towards technological singularity. Experts in synthetic life are intrigued that Hoppers appear to be even more organic than the baseline Geth. Oh, that's really interesting. Not only, okay, the first thing that I found, you know, scary and fascinating is that they're evolving. They're not just staying the way they were. They're actually evolving, getting stronger and more efficient. The fact that they're getting more organic is really scary and interesting. This means that potentially there could be synthetic Geth life that could get close to, you know, maybe they can like imitate a human. Sort of like a replicant situation in, you know, Blade Runner type stuff. Kind of scary if you think about it. If they can infiltrate, you know, biological life by pretending to be that's a little scary. The identified subtypes of Hopper have been codenamed Sapper, Stalker, and Ghost. Oh god. Let me guess, the Ghost is gonna be invisible? Looking forward to that. Okay, and we got a whole cohort of augments. Let's see. I definitely like my extra shields. I think if I didn't have that extra shield in this fight, I would have been dead. Hardening. Advanced firewall technology providing protection against biotic and tech attacks. So hardening gives bonuses against bio and tech. It seems. It's pretty good. That is pretty good. Yeah, I'm assuming that's shields, that's flat damage protection, and that would be hardening. Okay. I don't hate the idea of having extra... I'm not using the skills enough for the cooldown reduction to be really valuable. So what I think I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna go with hardening. I don't want Tali to be disabled by biotics or whatnot, because then she can't use her own spells and she becomes a lot less useful. I think Garrus is gonna stick with shield recovery. So flat extra shields could be good too. Yeah, actually let's do that. Flat extra shields sounds good. Yeah, I think it's fine. I like the blue for Garrus because I feel like it fits his face. Like obviously his face still has like the blue accents and all that. I feel like you can tell the design was made around the blue armor. But yeah, I think it's fine. It's not bad. I mean, blue and yellow are, you know, pretty decent color scheme. I wish I had damage versus armor piercing synthetics. Yeah. It's on my sniper. I'm not sure if it's, well, I mean, yeah, I'm still the main source of damage probably, so I'm gonna keep the best stuff for myself. that. Ooh, yeah, we have a whole bunch of... hold on. No, I would like heat absorption. I can blast more. Alright, I think we're good. There's probably some better optimization I could do with the equipment, but there's so many things and the menu is just not very practical to compare and do quick, you know, equips, so... The fuck? Oh shit, there's one more! Oh, okay, that shotgun shot was the first time it felt really good. I haven't felt really good about the shotguns until just now. That felt satisfying. Yeah, that's a good shotgun right there. The spread's pretty decent. I don't hate that. I don't know, previously when I tried to use shotguns, it didn't work so well. I don't know if maybe it was a, you know, just a bad one. Those were the shotguns I had, right? Storm 1, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar. I guess it was just weaker. I didn't have shotguns unlocked yet, so maybe now I do just more damage with them. That one feels pretty good too. I typically like shotguns in game, so that's, you know, that's why I would love to have one that feels good to play. Oh, this one has an X pattern. I like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Also does a shit ton of damage. Yeah, I'm gonna play with this one. This one's neat. I mean, obviously, this is very much like a video game shotgun, right? Which is maybe why I wasn't doing much damage early on. I was trying to use them... I've been playing a lot of Escape from Tarkov lately, and shotguns are like actual shotguns. You can shoot people at a decent range in them. Not in this game. In this game, shotguns are very much the video game archetype of shotguns. You need to be in their face, blast them close range. What's up, Miss Pookums? I see you've lost the one. You're back to your original name. Congratulations. I'm doing very good today. How are you doing? That how shotgun works? A video game shotgun, just, you know, if you're further than, I don't know, 5 meters, you might as well spit in their face and you would do more damage, probably. Although, I don't know, some people might enjoy that. But a normal shotgun, yeah, I mean, a normal shotgun's just it's a rifle. Like, you can, you know, you can hunt with a shotgun. Like, it will, I'm not a big expert on weapons, but, you know, I live in Switzerland. I've been around weapons my entire life, like firearms my entire life. Like, a normal shotgun will, you can hit stuff at like 100 meters easily. You did today? Nice, nice. Hey, that's nice. It's always annoying when you, you know, you go through name changes and then you can't get your original name again. It's a mess. Isn't it bad for the meat to hit them with a shotgun shell? I mean, if you're going for like buckshot, you know, there's gonna be you sometimes. I mean, I don't know if it happened to you, but sometimes when you eat game. What's the name? Venison or whatever. You can sometimes, rarely, but sometimes, especially like rabbit, like wild rabbit, you can find like little pellets in them. Because usually they make sure that it's, you know, cleaned out and everything, but the random little pellet can still find itself in, especially for like small game, because they buckshot. You know. But yeah, I mean, but if you use like slugs or something, a slug can be pretty accurate. It's just a, you know, one big pellet. Put it on hold for some months until it recycles, comes back available. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's different. I feel like for partners, there's like an extra layer of security. I feel like my original name on Twitch is not available. Like, I don't think anyone can take it. Because maybe for partners, they need to have a special security so that people cannot impersonate. You know, maybe that was the reasoning at first. People cannot impersonate, you know, like the bigger streamers or whatever. Obviously not talking about me there, but yeah, partner is gone forever. Yeah, which also allows you, if you know, if you go through some name change stuff, you can ask support for your previous name again. It's always going to be available. But yeah, it's probably a good layer of security, right? Be too easy to impersonate people. Not.
I thought Palaven was hot.
Okay, Garrus.
My people have searched many generations for a world to call home. If we landed here, we'd just keep searching.
Okay, I need to talk to my characters more when we're in specific mission. I mean, I'm assuming like in story areas, maybe they have something to say.
Even the Geth wouldn't want to live in this heat.
Not in like.
Remember to stay hydrated.
Oh, good point, Garrus. Everyone, you heard Garrus. Thank you, Garrus.
I thought Palaven was hot. Remember to stay hydrated.
My people have searched many generations for a world.
What was my first name? It was Silver Star, which was a random sounding name that it was a random name that I created to make it back when I was working on this. The origin of the name originally, at the very first time I came up with it, was when I was working on a story about a couple of Icelandic researchers lost in the ocean after a sort of catastrophic event hit Iceland. And one of them, that was his name. I wanted it to sound somewhat Icelandic, which in retrospect I don't think I did a very good job at it. But it was a cool name. I liked it. And then I used that name on like online games, and it sort of became my handle for a while. But I've changed the name, I don't know, 7 years ago at this point. I do not identify with that name very much anymore. But I've had that was my name for a good 15 years. What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? Did we upgrade? No, we didn't. We didn't level up. All right.
Call home. If we landed here, we'd just keep searching.
Okay, Tally, we got it. Let's get in there. Just got back from a pub quiz. Was hoping to catch the tail end of the stream. Well, here you are. How was the pub quiz? Did you win? Okay. Very long tunnel and a Prothean tower. Interesting. What's up, Tioma? Okay, we're getting into some. Oh shit! Fuck! Hold. Enemy spotted. Is this a sewer level? No, this is. I mean, it looks like it. I agree, but this is a mining site. It's a mining shaft, a futuristic mining shaft. There's Prothean ruins that were unearthed. I hit that. I'm pretty sure I hit that.
Think we got him, Commander.
Yo, do you think so? Yeah, so do I actually. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Tally is... I love Tally. She's great. But she always states the obvious. Actually, one got 60 pounds for winning. Smashed the music round. Nice. Hell yeah. Love that. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Hold on. We're getting blasted. My ass is getting blasted. Oh god, something's shooting me. What the fuck, Tally? I was like, who's shooting me from our side? No, Tally, please. Thank god there's no friendly fire. Okay, I'll move. How about that? I didn't see you come up here. Those Geth are scary as hell.
Negative contacts.
What is that? I don't know. I don't know. I need better teammates. Tally is
It looks like this cavern formed around the ruin after it was built.
interesting. So first there were Protean ruins and then the cavern formed around it. That's quite interesting. I like Tally, but she's not a great fighter, I don't think. I need to use her abilities more, I think, is the reality of it. Okay, I will be honest, I did not expect the Protean ruins to look pristine. I expected some old, you know, half rusted or whatever. No, that shit is... That shit looks fresh as new. Although, it does make sense. Like the... they build things to last back in the day. Yeah, it makes sense. Like the mass relays, right, are Protean technology, and they look, you know, they're clearly still usable. So, yeah, probably shouldn't do that, but it looks like the interior of a swimming pool. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was like a sort of a you know, water that was contained by some sort of gravitational thing, but no, it's just a it is a force field. Alright, so we have to go down, I guess. No elevator music, no conversation? What the hell is that? Damn, this looks good. I'm excited to explore some Protean ruins, I will be honest. I always... That's one thing that I love in sci-fi and fantasy and pretty much any type of fiction is old, ancient civilization. Exploring their ruins and all that. Always something I enjoy. Hey, level up. Nice. Am I damaging this thing? Okay. Most of my shots were missing, it looks like. What do you mean?
Area secured.
Okay, Garrus. Garrus was just having a little beauty nap, I think.
You're good to go.
You're good to go. Yeah, it was just sleepy. Just wanted to have a little nap. Wait, Medigel 0? I just used one. Okay, I'm confused. Shock absorbers. Because I'm 6 out of 6, but I just used... Oh, maybe it just glitched. Like it filled my thing, but it didn't before the UI realized that it was empty or something. I don't know. some jank nonsense, probably. Alright, auto level up. Please get some decryption points. Nope. We're going hard into electronics. Well, electronics not bad, actually. Okay, Tally. What'd you get? AI hacking. Okay, I'm not mad about that. I do think that's pretty cool. I would like more electronic and decryption, though. Eventually. But again, I'm letting characters be themselves. I'm not gonna get in the way of their development. Okay, I think we get immunity. That feels like a pretty good sort of, you know, ability to avoid dying. I have 2 more points to spend because I always want to keep 3. I think I'm putting 2 points here just to unlock snipers. Yeah. Do I put a point in there? The moment I'm gonna put an extra point in there is when I'm gonna unlock some stuff here and I'm gonna need 3 points. I mean, I'm gonna need 2 points in Intimidate as soon as I hit that, I think. I think that's how it works, because when we got level 2 of Paragon, we unlocked 2 extra points. For the rest of it, I'm not sure. It might be, maybe story locked or something. I don't know. Because most of it was story logged behind, like, the Spectre stuff. Or maybe from now on it's just Paragon and Renegade points. So I can probably spare 1 point. I'm gonna put 1 point in Sniper. We'll see if I regret it. Let's do a hard save. We haven't done that in a while. And let's get to it. Oh. Nothing. Okay. Damn, this thing is huge. What the fuck? How deep does this go? Jesus. Also, I wonder what those things are for. Jeez, that's so loud. Like, what is the purpose of... Are they doors? Like, can this thing open? Are they storage units? Like, confused. Kind of confused. It definitely does look like a pool. I can feel the texture of those tiles. I imagine it feeling exactly like a pool. Yeah, I don't know. Mysterious Prothean technology.
You lead, I'll follow.
Oh, I was trying to hit the button there. Oh, shit. Great. See? That's perfect. Prothean technology still in perfect shape after God knows how long, 50,000 years or something. Council space technology breaks down after a couple of years. I bet if Ashley was here, she would have things to say about alien constructions. Although, well, I guess Protheans are aliens too, right? Anything down there? I need to use those things more during combat. Alright, well, get down. Oh! Hello? Oh boy. What is happening? Okay.
Hello? Could somebody help me? Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
Yep. We hear you, Dr. Tassoni. Keep it down. Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. I mean, I can ask if she is who I think she is. That will imply that I'm hearing her.
Liara Tassoni, I presume.
Thank the goddess. I did not think anyone would come looking for me. Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
Let's just take our time to investigate the situation there. Prothean security device. Okay. Yeah, now is the time to ask her about Matriarch Benezia. Perfect timing. No, let's ask about why she's trapped first.
How'd you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil! I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please!
That's what you get for messing with technology you don't understand. Also, yes, I can very much believe the Geth are beyond the veil. We've been dealing with that. What about Benezia?
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out of here.
Okay. I didn't mean that to sound so accusatory. That's kind of rude, but... Liara. The assets, no. We can't reach you. I love that you can just give up. Nah, we can't. You stay here. We'll find a way to free you. I'll get you out. We'll find a way to free you.
We just need to figure some way past this energy field.
It's a Prothean barrier curtain. I knew it would keep me safe from the Geth. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, you said that.
I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please.
She has very 2000 coded, like early mid 2000 coded. No, actually more like late mid to late 2000s coded eyebrows. She has the very thin, you know, like, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we've talked about the Asari's like sort of markings before. I wasn't sure if it was like a natural thing or if it was like makeup or something. We know that the Turians, the markings of the Turians are like a tribal sort of tattoo type thing. It feels like the Asari, I don't know. It seems like I thought they were natural, but maybe they're kind of like also like a makeup thing, like those white marks that the matriarch, the ladies that were with the consort and all that. Yeah. Yeah, Kwasi. Associate those with late 90s, early 2000s. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying too much attention in the late 90s. Or a teenager. I was a nerdy teenager. I was never in close proximity with women. Much more in the late 2000s. In fact, in the late 2000s and most of the 2010s, I was constantly surrounded with women. Because I was working as a teacher, which in Switzerland is 95% women. So, teaching school, any workplace I've ever been, always surrounded with women. I went to an old boys Catholic school. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I was just a nerdy kid. I was just hanging out with, you know, my other gamer friends, which at the time were mostly dudes. I've told some of the stories of my late 90s, you know, lack of understanding when what a woman was into me, so we don't need to get over that again. We don't need to go over that again. It's a couple streams back. If you want to go back a couple streams, you can hear all about that. I was a late bloomer. You brought this on yourself. Stay calm. What can we do? What can we do? How can we help you, Liara?
Any suggestions on how we can help?
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here. Be careful. There is a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Okay. A Krogan, you say? Poor girl. Can I talk to her? I had the prompt, but oh, there it is. No, wait, that's Garrus. No, I can't talk to her anymore. Okay. Save. Oh, shit. Geth down there. I see them.
Contact.
Oh, I don't think that hit anything. Nice. Doing. And those snipers sound loud as hell.
That's the last of them.
Was it? Okay. Dali has better eyes than I have because I didn't realize they were all dead. What's up, Sleepy? Hey, I'm not judging Tali's eyebrows. She's, you know, not Tali, Liara's eyebrows. She's, you know, she's free to do whatever she wants. It just reminded me of the, you know, that sort of trend. Feels like it was late 2000s, but maybe I'm wrong again. Of like very thin eyebrows. Not so much a trend anymore, I don't think. I mean, some people probably still do, but it feels like the trend right now is more like slightly thicker eyebrows, right? More sort of natural looking, I guess you could say. Mining laser controls. Oh god, more enemies. I don't think that helped. I really wish I could swap shoulder, but I understand this is an older game. Swapping shoulders, not even a thing in most modern games don't even allow that, so.
Perimeter clear.
The head tentacle style. I think the what's her name? Asari. The Asari look cool. I think they have an interesting design. And the species being like only female is such an interesting detail, I think. I'm curious to learn more about them. In browse early 2000. Maybe it was different in the US. I don't know if you, I think you were in North America, right? Maybe it was later here. We tend to be a little late on trends in Switzerland. Sad now because they overplucked and never grew back. I mean, I know I had a bunch of friends who did like the laser removal and even tattooed, you know, I don't know if that's still a thing that people do very much, but like, you know, tattooing brows in the shade they wanted. And that I have some friends that did that. Which, you know, if you have like one style you really like and you don't want to have to draw them every day, I guess that's a pretty cool way of dealing with that. But what if you change your mind? Yeah, White Wolf. Microblading. Still super popular. The bro semi-permanent tattooing. Oh, it's only semi-permanent. Okay, well, that explains it then. Guess it's not a concern if you change your mind then. Oh god. Oh no, it's one of those things again. At least it doesn't look like there's a timer this time. So Simon says, okay, can I use WASD? Yes. Down. Down, right, down, up, down, left, left, down, left, up, down, left, right, right, down, left, right, up. What the fuck? Okay, for some reason I did not expect that. That was very scary. I think it said mining laser, so I could have sort of figured it out, but that was still very, very abrupt. Yeah, maybe so, Snarko. Maybe so, yeah. Okay, that was very, very loud and very, very abrupt. Whew, sheesh. Okay, I'm very glad that I can use WSD for the that Simon Says game, because doing it with the mouse was a pain in the ass. It's much more intuitive with WASD. Reminds me of doing stratagems in Helldivers. Although I have rebound my stratagem on the arrow keys, so I can run while pulling them. Yeah, Parakin, the sound balancing is all over the place in this game. It is not very well mixed, but listen, I will say that a lot of modern games to this day, every time. How many times have we played games on the stream, modern games that just came out or recently came out, and we're like, yeah, the sound is all over the place. It's just a thing. I don't know. I don't know if it's because of different sound setups. I don't know if most games these days are mixed for like 7.1 stuff, and you know, me being on stereo headphones maybe is just, I don't know. I am always struggling with sound mixing in so many games. They budget shit for audio engineering. Yeah, I mean that's my suspicion, but I don't know. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, I guess. There we go. Very nice. More equipment. Just a quick scan if you have anything. That we might want here. I think ordering per level is the way to go, because at least, you know, I can immediately see if I have something better. I don't think I need to go back too much. Yeah, you need a better assault rifle, Tally. What the hell? I mean, I know you're not using them very much, but And you can, you know what? Get a better sniper rifle too. Why not? Yeah, White Wolf. Listen, I've played Escape from Tarkov with Emmy, and she never even shot me once. I don't think Emmy hit a single friendly fire bullet, not even once. And you know, it's very easy for that to happen in Tarkov. So she's been exemplary with me. I think it might be a you problem, White Wolf. You don't have the authority, I think, to keep Emmy under control. You know, she doesn't respect you enough. Is what I'm trying to say.
Just lead the way.
Alright, so we dug down there, which is going to be our passage. Get inside here. Am I missing something here? Any item? Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright. Shouldn't be any enemies in there, right? Oh, okay. Maybe there is.
We got them all, Shepard.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say, we just opened it. There's no, you know... There can be enemies in there. Oh, this place is cool. Maybe so, White Wolf. Maybe so. I still find it so... Uh-oh. Okay. I'm gonna make a prediction. There's gonna be a fight here. The game gives you a bunch of cover. There's gonna be a fight. Maybe when we disable whatever's keeping her, the shield's gonna fall and the enemies are gonna pour in. We're gonna have to hide here. Let's be ready for that.
Oh, how did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We're very crafty in this crew. I just noticed the details of the sort of almost like, what would you call that, like carbon fiber sort of texture on the helmet and everything. Looks really cool. Superior firepower. It was easy, it's not important. Why am I being so confrontational about this? Every one of those answers, except, I mean, actually superior firepower is the only sort of honest one. The other ones are so dismissive of our question. I wanna answer superior firepower because I think it's funny based on how we did it. I need to not let my brain... One of the things that's happening in my brain when I'm playing a game like that with like a sort of like morality system is you sort of get the pattern, right? Up is good, down is bad, right is neutral. But I don't think that's quite the way the game is doing it, Mass Effect, as opposed to like a more black and white D&D type stuff. I don't think Renegade's necessarily bad. I think it's just more of, you know, sometimes it is. Sometimes Renegades is asshole answers. But it also feels like sometimes it's just like, yeah, I'm just doing it my way, right? You know. I'm doing it in the way that I think is best. The real response is what? Because we blew our eardrums out? Yeah, that would be so funny. I'm gonna go with superior firepower because I just think it's funny in the context.
We blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course. Yes, that makes sense.
All right.
Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That button over there should shut down this containment field.
Will do. Oh! That was a heavy landing.
Any idea how we get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on!
I mean, we literally came through it, so yeah.
I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Seren's looking for the conduit. You're a Prothean expert. He probably wants you to help him find it.
The conduit, but I don't know.
What the hell was that?
Trouble.
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event.
Oh no. Well, here we are.
We have to hurry. The whole place is caving in.
These ruins have been there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We've been there for 5 minutes and we're bringing the whole place down. Oh, Jesus. That's the human factor, indeed. Superior firepower, yeah. I fired it at the ground. The ruins were fine. They look pristine. What do you mean? I think, in fact, I think the ruins are fine. It's the cave around it that's not stable, which is what we shot with the laser. Okay, no, I get it. It makes sense now. My bad. Yes! $10. Yes! We're testing the sturdiness of this cave. This is not a safe mining operation. I'm just saving lives. I'm just basically a savior right now. I'm a hero. Just doing the you know, regular inspection. If this can't withstand the you know, a laser, digging, any other sort of digging would break everything. I think we just, yeah. Thank God we were here, is what I'm trying to say. Alright, we need an escape plan.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Uh-oh.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
You don't have 8 minutes.
He needs to move faster.
He needs it. It does, Tally. I love that Tally's not, you know, like judging Joker for being too slow, because she's, of course, a ship expert herself. Oh no. Garrett's just got... Yep, there they are. That's the Krogan. Man, now I wish Rex was here. Oh, are we about to negotiate?
Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
It would have been interesting to have Rex here to negotiate with him. You have any structure on Earth that's 8,000 years old? Probably some cave somewhere, right? I don't know. You have to imagine that maybe, you know, some old cave that was dug out somewhere. Nothing, you know, nothing that would be comparable to like a building or anything, right? But yeah, those like troglodyte villages that were carved inside the stone walls and all that. Those are probably pretty old. I don't know if they're 50,000 years old, but yeah, actually, that's a good question. Hold on. Troglodyte villages, how old? Troglodyte villages have been inhabited since the dawn of human history, which... Okay, yeah, no, okay. Hunter-gatherers preoccupied natural cave systems and rock shelters as early as 10,000 to 55,000 years ago. But you know, natural caves, right? So, but... I don't know how far back we would have, like, been digging, is the question, I guess. Yeah. Because usually they would just use, like, natural caves, right? So I don't know about, like, the proper, like... You know, you can see, like, those villages that were literally dug inside stone. I don't know how old those are. I would assume much more recent, like maybe 3,000-4,000 years old, maybe. But I don't know, I'm just, you know. Maybe it's older than that. But that had to be like the sort of last step before antiquity and starting to have like proper, you know, huts and buildings. I don't know. That's true, Philanor. Though, I mean, we do have some, like, Roman ruins that are in pretty good shape in Switzerland. After, you know, 2,000 years or something. Slightly less. Which is definitely not 50,000, and definitely not contains technology that is on that level, of course. This ruin's coming down. What do you want? Kill this bastard. I mean, we could just kill him. But we could also talk about it. I mean, they have Geth with them. Why would we want to not just destroy them? What do you want?
There a reason you're in my way?
The same reason you're here. The Asari. Thanks for getting rid of those energy fields for us. Hand the doctor over.
Whatever it is you want, you are not getting it from me.
I'm not giving her up. You want to fight now? Kill this bastard. I'm not sure why I'm even negotiating with them. Like, what? There's literally Geth with them. We're not gonna just let them be on their way. I feel like this is a kill this bastard type situation. If this was just a Krogan, like bounty hunter or something, I'd be like, okay, you know, maybe you can negotiate and you can give up. What's wrong with Geth? They're on the wrong side right now. They're serving Saren. I'm not dealing with them. I don't want them to, like, even if I could negotiate with them, I don't want them to go back to Saren and tell them what they saw. Göbekli Tepe is like 9,000 BC. That's an area with some rudimentary columns and floors and stuff. Interesting. So that would be like 11,000 years ago. Hmm. Listen, they've openly attacked us every time since we were here. Now they're trying to get into a conversation. I don't think I want any of this. The only reason why I would want to avoid a fight is because we don't have time for it. Because the whole place is coming down. Which is funny for me to say when I'm talking about it for an hour. But I guess I could give them a chance to shoot first, and I will feel better about myself. I am not giving her up.
She'll stay with us, thanks.
Not an option. Saren wants her, and he always gets what he wants.
See?
Kill them. Spare the Asari if you can.
Oh, okay.
If not, doesn't matter.
Alright, they shot first. Now I can feel good about myself. I need to stop pressing that wrong button every time. Yeah, but also reminder, Eric, you're not allowed to say stuff like that. Because what if they were, and you spoiled it for me? So, no. If I'm going on a thought process, you're not allowed to discuss it with me. Because of the rules of the channel. I know it's unfortunate, but it is what we have to do. Oh, we have hacking now. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna hack the rocket trooper. And then I'm gonna sabotage the sniper. And then I'm gonna go with overkill for myself so I can blast the battle master. Yeah, I'm never asking for advice or anything. I'm only expressing my thoughts out loud because otherwise the stream wouldn't be very interesting if you didn't know what I was thinking. Kill confirmed. Pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna give a little heal to everyone. Oh, there's more. Going in. Oh god. There we go. Couldn't get up. Yeah, see, the shotgun at any range is just bad. You really need to be in the enemy's face. There, that's good. Oh, you know what I forgot to do today?
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
Thank you, Joker.
We almost died out there and your pilot is making jokes?
Okay, listen. Tali needs to learn about Joker's, you know, unique traits, I guess. What I forgot to do today is change my frame rate, my monitor's refresh rate to 60. But we haven't had any desync so far, so, you know, happy about that. I was just thinking about it there because it looked like a pre-rendered scene, but that's why the game was so smooth. Oh my god, it feels so much better to play at 144. Yeah, I mean, I had to, Credo, because, like, from what I can tell, when you down the Krogan, they, like, self-res. They have, like, a system for, you know, self-raising and healing or whatever. So when I got him down, I was not going to stop blasting until that health bar disappeared for good. But yeah, the strategy was pretty good, I think. Stopping the rocket trooper or whatever from, you know, AoE blasting us. And then the sniper getting sabotaged. I think that was pretty good. That gave us enough time to do the job, you know, kill the battle master and then pick off the rest of them. Intense fight though. Intense fight. Are you going to play all 3 games back to back or splice other games between them? I'm not sure yet. Right this moment, there's nothing else I want to play. If I was to finish this game now, I would totally start playing 2 tomorrow. How am I gonna feel down the line when this is over? First one's over. Am I gonna want to jump right into 2? Do I want to take a break? I'm thinking, knowing me, I'm gonna want to take a little break. Do a little shorter game in between 1 and 2, and then, you know, also I think it makes sort of, it gives a little bit of I like the pace of doing a trilogy but not doing it completely back to back, having a little bit of the build up of the hype for the you know, season 2 of the game, if that makes sense. I think it builds the excitement, and then when it's finally there, you're like, oh, let's go, you know. Because my concern would be, I really would hate to burn out on the series before I'm done with it, right? That would be the worst case scenario. Maybe I finish 1 and then I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to play 2 now, but then like suddenly in the middle of 2 I'm like, oh man, I've been playing Mass Effect for months, like I'm getting a little burnout on it. That would be the worst case scenario, right? So I think being a little careful with that and making sure we sort of take our time with it, I think is probably a good idea. So I would assume that you know, there will be smaller games in between. That's my assumption at this point. Yeah, we're gonna play Zero Parades in December. It's gonna be our end of the game year. I've already decided. But we have a replay of Disco Elysium we need to do, which I would love to do before Zero Parades. I don't know if we'll have time, but that could be a nice... Because I'm thinking a replay of Disco is probably going to be faster than the first playthrough. It was about 2 months. Which, you know, I know is a dangerous assumption with me, but I'm assuming it's going to be a bit faster. So that could be a nice little break at some point. I don't know. I know one thing I've decided is for my birthday, which is 25th of July, we will be playing Mixtape in one sitting. I'm gonna do a special birthday stream. However long it takes, one sitting Mixtape. Should be only like 5 to 6 hours for me, I think. I think the game's like 2 hours long or something, so... For me, I'm thinking 10 hours max we'll be done with it. But... And yeah, other than that, I don't know. Saros, maybe at some point? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's too early to think about it. I'll start thinking about that when it feels like Mass Effect's, you know, getting to an end. I'm sure... You know, I will feel the story structure as we get closer to an ending. For now, it very much feels like we're extremely early still. So it's too early for me to think about all the which game's gonna be in the middle and all that. GTA 6 playthrough when it's out? Probably not. I'm not a big fan of Rockstar, much less GTA. I've enjoyed a little bit of my time with Red Dead 2, but I didn't even finish that, so... Unlikely. Unless GTA 6 comes out and it's completely different than what they're usually doing. completely revolutionary mission structure and all that, then maybe I'll consider it. But I very much doubt that for whatever reason. Still stuck watching the first Elysium playthrough on YouTube. It's a good one. Take your time with it. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many games I want to play, but it's finding the right time for them. I've been thinking lately about doing an XCOM 2 run at some point. With, you know, bringing in all the viewers as soldiers. I think that could be super fun. I've been in a military sci-fi mood lately, so it you know, obviously the appeal of XCOM 2 is very strong. I've played the original XCOM 2 when it first came out, which is like about 10 years ago. So I don't remember too much about that, but especially I haven't played the expansion, which I think changes the game considerably. War of the Chosen, I think it's called. I've never touched that, so it would be pretty interesting. Horizon Zero Dawn is one game that I've been thinking about lately. I don't know why exactly. Alan Wake 1 and 2, still something we've especially 2, like a lot of people have mentioned Alan Wake 2. Have mentioned that I would probably love that game. But I do want to go through the first one. If I'm gonna play Alan Wake 2, I'm gonna play the first game first. Doesn't seem very long, so it should be fine. It's like episodic structure, I think, so I'd probably use them like a couple weeks max. Yeah, I don't know. Too many options. We'll see. Anyway, back to that conversation there. Yeah, no, I've heard some good things, Playful. I've heard only good things about Alan Wake 2. Much to my surprise, I didn't expect that it would be so well received. Because I remember the first one not being that, not getting that much of a, you know, that much praise when it came out. It seemed like it kind of came and went without anyone really ever mentioning it. Like, it's not a game, like the first one was not a game that came up a lot in conversations when talking about like, oh, remember those games that were amazing? It felt like it just, yeah. I don't know. I think there's a remaster, yeah, for Illinois. Just a remaster, I think. Nothing... oh, yeah, which also makes me think of, speaking of games that I really want to play, Dead Space, the remake. I really want to play that. The Silent Hill 2 remake. I've never played any Silent Hill game. I think the Silent Hill 2 remake is a good way for me to finally play that series, or at least one of the games. Resident Evil. I do want to do a Resident Evil 2, 3, 4 remake run eventually. And then maybe play 7, 8, 9. I never played any of those. I did play Resident Evil 2 and 3 back in the day on PlayStation. Resident Evil 2 was by far one of my favorite PlayStation games. 4 is when I sort of... I never played the whole 4. I started playing it on PlayStation 2 back in the days, and I stopped very early. For some reason, it didn't hit. It wasn't the Resident Evil I was looking for. What's up, Goldscab? I didn't like it. I actually tried to play Control, and I did not like it, believe it or not. I thought it was great for like the first 5-10 hours. And then eventually I just got bored of the... My issue with Control was the waves combat system, like the respawning waves and all that. That felt very annoying to me. It prevented me from enjoying the exploration of the location. I thought the lore was interesting. I enjoyed reading on some of those like anomalies and all that. And then the main story, I think I felt like it was losing steam around the midpoint, and I stopped around, I think, like 60-70% of the way through the game. Mainly because of combat reasons. I wasn't enjoying it as much as I was hoping. I don't know. Maybe Control could be a thing that I re-explore on stream at some point. Maybe playing it on stream would be more exciting because we can have conversations about all the concepts and everything. Sometimes there's games, it's, you know, very much a thing where some games I wouldn't play on my own, but I feel like playing them on stream could be a different experience. Funny enough, I think Cyberpunk was one of those games. I would have never played Cyberpunk on my own if it... The only reason why I played Cyberpunk was because I felt like it could maybe be a fun thing to stream, and it ended up being one of my favorite games in a while. So, you never know. Alan Wake has a sale running on GOG. I'm pretty sure I have the first games remaster already on Steam. I think I got it at some point, like in the past couple of years. It was on sale. Yeah, all the like side quest stuff, Engthar and Cold Scout, like all the side quest stuff didn't really do anything for me. That wasn't what I was hoping for. I was hoping for more like mystery, you know. What do you think about Signalis? It looks interesting, Sal, you know. I don't know very much about it. I do know it's a sort of horror-ish survival horror game. It looks very cool though. Every time I hear mentions of Signalis, everyone seems to have good things to say about it. Yeah, something to play at some point. There's that other game that I've been wanting to play for a while. Everyone's always mentioning it on stream. Chance of Sonar, a game that people have mentioned that I would probably enjoy. Not really a survival game, more like Resident... Yeah, survival horror is what I said. Well, maybe I didn't say, but that's what I was thinking of. Which is sort of that weird Resident Evil 2 action horror type thing. Have you ever read any William Gibson? Yeah, when I was much younger, I read Neuromancer a little bit, at least. I don't remember if there are like several books, but I remember I read the first one when I was younger. I didn't think it was particularly good, but I don't know. Maybe I was too young to get it at the time, and now I would, if I were to read it now, I would find it a bit old and dusty. But I recognize how influential of a work it is, of course. But it's like, you know, it's like Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheeps. I don't think it's a particularly interesting short story. I don't know. Or novel. I don't even remember. I read that when I was a teenager. I never thought they were really good, but it created a whole thing that's really interesting, you know. But, you know, for what it's worth, I'm feeling the same about Lord of the Rings. I don't think Lord of the Rings is very interesting to read. I think it's a masterful work. I will never take that away from it. It's a masterful work. It's incredibly influential. I think it's boring as fuck to read. Every time I tried, from a very young age to somewhat recently, I've tried many times to get into Lord of the Rings. I got bored every single time. As a kid, as a teenager, as an adult. And I'm a big reader. Like you know, I'm a very big reader, so I don't know. Some things, you know, personal preferences. Yeah, people have been mentioning that one because of the movie coming out. I do want to read the book first. I need to order it, actually. I've been thinking of doing that lately. I should order the book. But yeah, I mean, you know, saying that, my favorite novel of all time is slow as hell, super cryptic, requires 4 readings to get to understand exactly what's going on. So, you know, I'm in no place to judge anyone's taste in literature. I just have my own preferences. And I also like super easy, you know, young adult stuff very much. So, you know, I'm not like a snob about literature or anything. far from that. Some of my favorite books are, you know, very easy reads and all that. So, which book is that? The Book of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe. Which, by the way, I should be reading again. I haven't read it in a few years. Would be my fourth read, I believe. I have not Grockle. No. I know of it, but I haven't read it. Yeah, Philonor, and very good series of books. Hopefully the movies do it justice. It deserves it. I like the books, Eugene. Which one? There's been a movie and a book and a TV series, right? The movies wasn't very good. I haven't seen the TV show, I don't think. Wasn't there one with what's her name? God, I'm blanking. Nicole Kidman. Wasn't Nicole Kidman in either the TV show or the movie? She was playing what's her name? Lady something. I'm blanking. I haven't read those books in 20 years. She was in the film version. Okay, I've seen that. I did not think it was very good. I haven't seen the TV show then. Yeah. Which might be the better one of the two, I guess. Only film I've ever walked out of? Okay. You seen The Expanse? Nope. The Expanse is one of those things where I was like... I always wanted to watch it, but I always told myself I want to read the books first, and then I never read the books. There's too many books to read. I literally have hundreds of books. I probably have like 20 books behind me right now on my night table that I need to read, and they've been there for months. I mean, I think that's the thing, Redshirt. And I always hear that argument about like, oh, this is too big for a movie, or this is too complex for a TV show, whatever. And I always think the same thing. It's not, I think you have to look at it in the way of it's an adaptation. Adaptation means adapting the work for the medium you're carrying to. So obviously it's not going to be, as in-depth, as detailed as a book. But it doesn't mean it can't make a good movie or a good TV show, right? But you have to you have to accept that it's going to be that concept brought to the TV. The story might be different, the plot might be different, the characters might be different. Because things that work for a book don't work for movies or TV shows. Not always, right? Like there's stuff that only works for its specific medium. And I think that's fine, You just have to you have to accept it for what it is. Same reason like a lot of people are afraid of like the Elden Ring movie, because like, oh, there's too much lore for a movie, and I'm like, well, if you think they're gonna adapt the whole game into a movie, then yeah, that's not gonna work. But now, what if the movie is about a small-scale story in the world of Elden Ring, made specifically for a movie? Then it can be an amazing movie set in that world that doesn't even touch on all of the lore that's in there, and it's not necessary because it's a movie. It's not a game. It's not a book. It's not, It only fails if you try to just port something to a different medium. That's when it fails. If you do an adaptation and you do it well, then there's a chance. In fact, I will argue that most adaptations fail when they try to stay too close to the source material at the risk of compromising the medium they're working for. That's when adaptations fail. One way or another. It could be game to movie, could be movie to game, could be book to game to book, whatever. If you try to stay too close to the source material, that's when you're risking failure. But I understand it's difficult to do. As a writer, I totally get it. Because fandoms, fan bases are crazy. And they will not let you get away with anything. If you change, you know, you adapt the lore of a game to make a movie, they will scream at you for not following the game. Without realizing that if you had followed the game, the movie would be complete garbage. But yeah, if you look at the best, sort of like the best movie adaptations we've had, think, I don't know, Shining, think There Will Be Blood, they don't follow their source material very much. Like there's, you know, there's a lot of freedom, like changes, there's a lot of adaptations made specifically for the medium, and I think that's great. That's what needs to happen. But nobody, you know, nobody's gonna criticize There Will Be Blood for not following the source material because nobody fucking read the book. Same thing I feel for The Leftovers, favorite TV show of all time, based on a book. Not very much like the book, outside of the base concepts and a couple of the characters. And yet, it would be much worse if it tried to be too much like the book. And in this case, the actual novel, the author of the novel wrote the series as well with in collaboration with what's his name? The Lost guy, not Abrams, the other one. Lindelof. Damon Lindelof. There's a book, yeah. No. The Coen brothers were No Country for Old Men. It's Paul Thomas Anderson. The Ruby Blood. Yeah. ETA. But they came out the same year. In fact... Yeah. In fact, No Country for Old Men beat The Ruby Blood for Best Picture that same year. Capture the vibe of the book more than it follows it to the letter. I mean, to me, it's the way I'm personally looking at it, and it's not strictly that, but to me, it's more about the themes. The story is more about the themes than it is about the plot or the characters or the lore or any of that. A good adaptation for me will develop and carry the same themes and do the changes that are necessary for the medium. And that to me is essential. Very often when adaptations, you know, you can have an adaptation of, let's imagine Mass Effect. You could adapt Mass Effect and follow the story pretty well and make it an action movie, a dumb military action movie. But you would miss a lot of the themes. And that to me would be a failure of adaptation, even though it would follow the story closer to if you made a lot of changes, because clearly this does not have the pace for a movie. You can't just, you know, the structure, the pace doesn't work for a movie script. So sometimes, but sometimes, you know, everything fits. Sometimes you get... There are stories that translate very, very well into different mediums without much change. And yeah, going back to the Elden Ring movie that someone was like, oh, there's an Elden Ring movie? Yeah, it's A24 Studio is on it. Alex Garland is writing and directing, which really is one of the only, you know, when I first heard they were making an Elden Ring movie, I was like, okay, hold on, what are we doing? We don't need that. And then I heard Alex Garland was writing and directing, and I was like, okay, you have my interest. I think he's a brilliant writer. And he's a pretty decent director, so... We'll see. We'll see. And he's a gamer. Like, he's an actual fucking nerd. So, you know. He clearly isn't just doing it for a paycheck. I think he's... I believe him to be passionate about it. So, we'll see. Yeah, red shirt. But yeah, anyway, going back to the beginning of the conversation, that's why I'm never worried about, you know, when they announce adaptations and I'm like, oh man, there's no way they can fit this in the movie. I'm like, they don't need to. That's the thing. It's an adaptation. It's not a direct port of the story. Anyway, let's go back to that conversation, because we're already past my normal ending time. Liara says, we almost died out there and your pilot is making jokes. He's a jerk. It eases the tension. He saved us. Yeah, okay, Liara, you know, you're not gonna disparage Joker. He saved our ass.
Joker pulled our asses out of there. I think he's earned the right to a few bad jokes.
Okay, I didn't call them bad jokes.
It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander.
Ashley's gonna love that.
But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise.
Oh.
I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
Okay, well, that fits sort of what we were thinking when we discussed with the council, right? That suspicion that the conduit is something that will bring the Reapers, who may have been the cause for the Prothean extinction. Okay, so Liara's suspicion is corroborating our hypothesis. Wait, 50 years? Hold on, I didn't realize she's that old. I might know. What did you learn? You're wasting your time. 50 years.
How old are you exactly?
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn. I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
Okay, so she's 106, but she's basically a teenager. Okay. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, that's true, Eric. Which is, again, like, goes back to what I was saying. You're not adapting the game for it to be close to what players experienced. But a lot of players, you know, real like big fans of specific games don't always understand that. And then they think the movie is bad because it's not representative of their own experience, which is silly, but oh well. Let's see. I mean, okay, well, we're not gonna pretend that we know more than she does. She's the expert here. What did you learn?
Did your research turn up anything interesting?
What is interesting is what I did not turn up. There is remarkably little archaeological evidence of the Protheans, and even less that might explain why they disappeared. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues.
Okay, that's interesting.
But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Okay. It's a cycle, it's repeating! We're next! The fact that the idea of that someone came after and cleansed it, that's very intriguing. I'm intrigued. I'm interested in that. How do you know this?
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
Okay. Who came before them? Cycle. We're in a hurry here. That's so funny. I love that the Renegade options is basically, I want to play this game faster. That's why I'm not a Renegade, you know? I'm always gonna try to find the longest way through whatever is happening. Who came before them?
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
Thank you, exposition dump the character. AKA Liara Tassoni. I don't mind in this case. I think it, you know, it's interesting stuff. Liara the story. I know what happened. Shut up and I'll tell you. That is crazy. What a crazy response. I can help you.
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines. The Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
The beacon. I saw it.
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions. Yes, that makes sense.
It does?
The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user.
Oh.
Finding one that still works is extremely rare.
Okay.
No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit.
Okay,
Of course, you're
chill,
right.
Ashley,
I
please.
am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
I love that the implication here is that she's been studying this for 50 years. We've had one daydream, and we're literally telling her what she failed to understand after 50 years. Now I'm like, what if Shepard somehow has like Prothean blood or something, right? Like that's why he was able to make sense of the beacon a little better. What if he, you know, there's like a line that descends from the Protheans to the humans somehow? That's an interesting thought. Written by a man. Listen, you can play the game as a woman. I don't think the argument works here. In this particular playthrough, yes, I am mansplaining, very much so. But you can play the game as a woman. It's not written as strictly a man explaining it. Player characteritis, yeah. Shepard has a very strong case of main character syndrome, for sure. Human-splaining, okay, that's pretty good. The game does, you know, very much have that vibe of humans are gonna save the galaxy, you know. This is Independence Day, except it's humans instead of Americans. Although, I mean, you know, the crew is a very diverse sort, right? You know? You have a nice assortment of people. This makes me wonder, I mean, I get that it doesn't work with the plot, right? With the Alliance and everything, but it kind of makes me wonder what the game would look like if you were able to pick your race. Like if you could play as a Turian or whatever, right? That'd be... Obviously, it would completely change the story. You couldn't just change the character to a different race. I think the species identity is a very important theme so far in the game, like the politics, in the politics and all that, so... I don't think it would work just in the same way, but it's still an interesting thought. Like, what if you could be an Asari or whatever? How different of a story would that be? So what good are you? Nah, come on. You can still help us. We're gonna find it together, Liara.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship.
Really?
And my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful later on.
And her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Oh, she's a biotic. Interesting. Well, I'm not sure why she thinks that my ship's the safest place she could be, because Saren knows about us. Might, in fact, actively be searching for us. I could think of, just off the top of my head, I could think of a dozen of places we've already been to where she would be safer. Random planet, hidden in one of the, you know, little hideouts we found. There, safer. Welcome aboard. You can come. Great, another alien. Yeah, that's Ashley's response. Welcome aboard, Liara. Very happy to have you.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
Oh.
When was the last time you ate or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
She's quite the nerd. Well, I mean, okay. She's different than Tali in the sense that she also has that sort of inquisitive mind. But hers is more... a little brainier, if that makes sense. Like, she's, you know... she's very analytical, and she's very, like, deep thoughts, and you know, obsessed with, like, the history and everything. Yeah, she's an academic. Yeah, academic, yeah. Tali is more like the proper, you know, nerd that gets excited and just, you know, is gonna get her hands in whatever she's excited about and learn on the fly, right? Oh, an engine! I'm not gonna try to look at it and just analyze it for an hour. No, I'm gonna just try to open it and, you know, tinker with it. Has that sort of excitement. Liara is more, you know, okay, let's sit down, open a book, and try to understand everything about it before we even touch it. I think it's interesting. She's an interesting character. I like her. Are we finished, Commander? That's all for now. We'll talk later, but yeah, that's all for now.
Go see the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Sure.
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. Tassoni is on the Normandy.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Wants to help us? That's not necessary. I know what I'm doing. Necessary precautions against her? That's not necessary.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
That's true, I didn't think about that.
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
Well, I just saw the last option. Disconnect. That is so funny. Oh my god, it's gonna be very hard for me to talk myself out of pressing that. It's gonna be very hard for me to talk myself out of pressing that. I just wanna... Oh, this is so funny. I love it. I think the comedy there is too strong. I'm gonna have to go with that. But first, let's rewind back a little bit. I forgot about the Matriarch Benezia connection. I mean, she doesn't seem to me like it would be a setup. It could have been, right? It could have been a massive setup. And they're getting Liara to infiltrate us for a mom, and at the, you know, behest, is that the word, of Saren? But I don't think so. That's not the way the vibe feels. I very much trust her for now. Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin, was that really necessary, Shepard? I mean, listen, we unfortunately we had to do what we had to do there. I do care about the ruins. That's not true. I do care about the ruins. I'm very sad we destroyed them. You know what? I don't answer to those people. Well, actually, I do, I think. A little bit. Sorry, we're about to enter a very high density dust area. Our communications are getting a little... I know I shouldn't do that, but man, it's so funny. I have to.
I don't need this.
Communications cut, Commander.
I don't need this. Goddamn council. We're entering a tunnel, yeah. Listen, the conversation was over. Conversation was over. Okay, we probably have a bunch of new stuff in the codex. We probably leveled up. We probably have a lot of conversations to have around the ship before we make way to our next objective, which will be either of those two. I don't know yet. I'm not sure. Novaria or Pharos. You saved Liara from the collapsing Protean ruin. She has joined the Normandy crew. Hopefully her expertise will help you find the conduit before Saren. We might do a bunch of like side quests on the way to either of those two. But first we'll have a bunch of stuff to do in the Normandy. And read the codex and, you know, look at our equipment and all that. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. We have well exceeded our gaming time for today. Alright, everybody. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on this journey through the galaxy. I hope you guys are still enjoying the show. What a blast. What a blast this game is. Just, there's everything. Everything I love. Good sci-fi, action, conversation, lore, plenty of humor. It's... what a game. Wonderful. I'm having an absolute blast. So thank you guys for being along for the journey. Yeah. Naz is not live. That's not something I expected. Yeah. Well, on this note, I will just disappear. Took today off? Okay. I'll just disappear in the ether then. I need to go eat. I'm very hungry. I wish you all a beautiful rest. Well, okay, first of all, I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Mass Effect. Please follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. You can join the Discord for precise live notifications and other channels that you can use. There's a spoiler chat over there if you want to talk about all the things you're not allowed to talk in the stream chat. I appreciate you all. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the resub, Walla. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, no, thank you for the lurks and the conversations, everyone. It was a fun one. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.